On behalf of Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of June 27, 2023 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 27, 2023 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present. Welcome back, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Here.
Councilman Mendez.
Present, Madam Clerk. Welcome back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
I am here.
Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Already welcome you, so
Yes.
thank you for being here. My vote is yes.
You're welcome. Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Prayers and flag salute.
Mr. President, for rendering tonight's prayer will be Pastor Damian Barrett of Glory Gospel Church, which has been followed by the flag salute by the Honorable Alex Mendez, 3rd Ward Councilman. Please stand for the prayer and flag salute.
Yes. Right here.
Okay, you can use it, Mike.
Good night, everyone. Please bow your heads and join me in a time of prayer. Almighty God, thank you for giving us this opportunity to seek your face. Lord, it's so fitting that this council still consider it apt and right to remember God before proceeding. Lord, we recognize that apart from you, we are dysfunctional. Apart from you, Lord God Almighty, we are sure to fail. Lord God, I thank you that you have raised up men and women to serve this city and to serve faithfully, Lord God. Pray in the name of Jesus that you will grant wisdom that passes all understanding. Lord God, to direct the affairs of this city aright. Lord God, I pray that you will find the citadels of corruption. And Lord God, indeed, may justice walk our streets. Remember us, Lord, from the youngest to the oldest, that indeed our city will be safe and right and beautiful and prosperous in every way. Oh God, I pray that you will truly remember all the civic bodies, Lord God, that are working hard. Pray that you will give the workers of this city joy and belief, Lord God, that this land, this place, this city can truly be one of the greatest places here in Jersey. So Lord, I thank you again for granting us this opportunity. Remember us for your mercy's sake. Forgive us for our faults and failings. And may we always be a city that remembers God. Amen and amen.
Amen. Beautiful.
To the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic
Which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Please remain standing. Now we'll have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone may take your seat. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2022-2023. The meeting date is June 27, 2023, and the meeting time scheduled at 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022-2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publications duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now I call for payments of bill. Councilman Mendez. Payments of bills.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council President. Payment of bill today, the total amount is $6,482,189.97. Out of that amount, $4.7 million are for payroll. No solid waste on this payment of bill. This payment of bill was reviewed by the Finance Committee, and I recommend this bill to be paid.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion? No discussion. Roll call on payments of bills?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on payment of bills in the amount of $6,482,189.97. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk,
Thank you.
and so happy to see you back.
Thank you,
Pleasant
Councilman.
to have you. So, to the public, as I continue to talk about time and time again, when you talk about the balance of authority, the balance of power, this council has limited power relative to directing the staff and personnel of the city. This council's authority and power lies in its ability to hold the administration accountable by being fiscally responsible. And yet again, it doesn't surprise me, but we allow these things to continue and just carelessly and happily just vote yes and continuously voting yes on things like this, right? So, without even having to ask and doing much legwork in it, let's talk about the results of these consistent yes votes. Let's talk about today how our young students had to sit outside in the rain while all of the city's dignitaries sat comfortably under a tent. Let's talk about how, you know, this item here, this addendum to the agenda, just so amazingly appeared when you've seen how the council president, the current council president, has been sternly against certain items because they did not go through the process. This item just mitigated the process and just goes through, while we and certain council members is surprisingly neglect to hold this administration accountable. Now, I'm not going to make it too long, but I'm sure tonight is going to be a robust night because I just want to continue to remind everyone on this dais and people in the public, as we talked about it before, we had an opportunity with a much less a much smaller investment from the community, we had an opportunity to create a 12,000 indoor state-of-the-art arena, which would have been air-controlled and cooled, which would have been able to house all of our graduations at one time, but we spent $110 million at the stadium with no financial oversight, no audits, no expenditure reports, no job creation reports, not one, while we callously sit here and vote in the affirmative on this mayor's agenda repeatedly. It's a crying shame, and this is the exact example of why this city is in the condition that it's in. We just continue to vote yes on his budget and on his agenda, and it's the sole way that anybody can hold, that this council can hold the administration accountable. Now, everybody can say, oh, I got this done, I got streets paved, I got this done. The only way for the council to hold the administration accountable, the mayor accountable, is by being fiscally responsible. And voting yes all the time, rubber stamping his budget, is not responsible. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On this item, payment of bill, out of $6.4 million, we have $4.7 million that go straight into payroll. Our employees, they definitely deserve to get paid. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So I concur. Statistically, if you look at the data of the employee base of our city, there's approximately 1,400 employees that work in our city. Most of them are grossly underpaid. What we're voting on this particular item is $5 million to pay our employees. I would never sit here and vote against paying people that are grossly underpaid. That's what this item is for. Madam Clerk, I have to support our employees that work every day, including yourself.
Thank you.
I can't say I love you and then vote no not to pay you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
I concur with my Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Mims. Payroll, the remaining is already contractual, voted by this council to approve by contract. Now our responsibility is to pay the bills. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Not only the payroll, all the other payments is services has been rendered to the city. We must make the payments. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $6,482,189.97 is hereby adopted.
Let's take the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 1 through 17. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as separate matter.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on consent agenda.
Roll call and approval of the consent agenda. Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I apologize. Do you happen to have another copy, hard copy of the agenda?
A copy of the?
Of the agenda?
Yes.
Tonight's agenda?
Be fast.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Pass?
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Oh, yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, I'll take item number 36 and 37, those two addendum item.
Yes,
now.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 36 is a resolution to raise awareness and institute public safety initiative for the children of Paterson, of the city of Paterson during the 2023 summer break. It's sponsored by Councilman Alex Mendez, and it's a City Council Resolution 23 2023-413.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Velez.
Council President.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Mendez?
Sure, I just would like to add Councilwoman Alartulea Semenshi as a
Councilman-
co-sponsor of this resolution. If any other council member would like to co-sponsor, is more than welcome. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
So, Council President, it would be a privilege and an honor, sir, if you can lay out and outline the requirements and/or your process in which these items happen to make it to tonight's agenda. I remember you were firm in keeping many items off the agenda over the last several months that had not gone through a specific process. So it would be helpful, and I know you're coming towards the end of your tenure, which I think is a blessing to the city, but maybe you can outline the specific details on how you decide which items make it to the agenda by way of an addendum and which items are being excluded even after they've gone through the process. I mean, I think it would be fair to the public for you to explain that.
But everyone is entitled to their opinion. That's just your opinion. It's been explained many times by Madam Clerk, also Corporation Counsel. I don't want to waste the public time and people time to repeat it over and over again.
I don't think the
I'll continue.
public considers it a waste of time. I think that the public
Like I said, everybody.
the public deserves an opportunity to understand how you choosing which items make it.
It's been
So
explained
I'm
many
unclear,
times.
so please explain it to me.
I don't need to
Make it
explain
clear.
nothing to you. I don't need to explain nothing to you. I don't need to not explain nothing to you. There's a motion on the floor. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number
We're in
36.
discussion.
Yes, Mr. President?
Discussion,
We're
yeah.
in discussion.
Okay.
It's amazing
Go ahead.
how, Council President, you just care to disregard the process. The
I-
public deserves an answer. You're a public servant, sir. Your position, your role as a public servant, as the council president, you should be forthcoming in the process in which you choose to add or decline the items for making it to the agenda.
This same subject has been discussed many times. It's been discussed more than once, not even once, almost every week in previous month. I don't need.
Council President.
I don't have to entertain it.
Council
Councilman
President.
Jackson, Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President, and if I may, I hope that this brings some clarity into item number 36, and I'm just going to read it. You know, Resolution 36 is to raise awareness and institute a public safety initiative for the children of the city of Paterson during the 2023 summer break. I have a long conversation with the officer in charge, Chief Abasi. We have over 30,000 students now out there using our parks, on recreational program, and this idea is to bring an initiative to bring safety, to stop speeding in the city of Paterson. We all know how people driving around the city of Paterson, they're driving reckless without any awareness of our children. So this initiative is really going to put in place, you know, what the police department is planning to do, bringing awareness to all the city of Paterson, all the residents that are driving, to keep in mind that we must protect our children, that we must protect our seniors that are out there using our park and our summer camp and our summer program. It's a great initiative. It was worked through the chief, through the legal, corporation counsel, the clerk, and that's the reason why the legislation was here. Council President, I don't need nothing else. I don't want to say nothing else, but this is something that is really good and is needed for our community. It's a win-win for everybody.
Council President?
All due respect, Councilman Mendez, that wasn't the question to explain the resolution. There wasn't the question was raised. Question was raised, how did it get to the agenda?
I'm sorry. That's the reason why, that's the reason why I mentioned, Council President, and it went through the process of
Right,
the
so
police
this is all
department,
this-
legal department, Council President, the clerk, and it's here.
Thank you. Okay. Councilman Velez?
So Council President, I think Council Mendez is a good initiative, to highlight also that the officer in charge of the police department recreation, DPW are working from now, even before the school ends, to bring safety to our streets. I encourage every parent out there, that to call the Division of Recreation. A lot of programs came out this week, football, volleyball, and all the stuff where you could register your kids. They could keep them busy in our parks. A lot of recreation programs have come out for this summer. So, Councilman Mendez, good initiative to raise that awareness to the parents. I will request to the administration, Madam BA, if it's possible, to utilize Channel 77, Channel 32 to send positive message of pedestrian safety and other message we could send out there in every language for people to understand that our roads have to be safe. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, then we're going to go to a roll call.
So, it's amazing. I mean, we're still in discussion. You're just going to make a predetermination of whatever my question is. It's going to be disregarded. We're just going to go right to roll call. This is hilarious, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it 100%. Now, I'm sorry. So, if anybody could please help me, I'm trying to find in this document or within the legislation what exactly is the objective. It says, so it is crucial to make the public aware of the increasing number of children in the streets and not in school so that the great care can be taken while driving. So what exactly is the objective? We saw in the paper that the now appointed chief was endowed with $1 million from the state, which is great. Now we continuously get all this state aid, but it doesn't outline what are we doing. So how exactly are we making the public aware? What kind of resources are we allocating and or expending to go towards this effort? What efforts are to be taken? Is it just, well, we're gonna feel good about something and let's put this in writing and really say not what we're gonna do? These are all obvious. 27% of the total population of the city of Paterson is made up of children. Okay, we got that. Paterson Public Schools to serve approximately 25,000 students pre-K through, okay, everybody clearly understands that. In Paterson Public Schools are not in session during the summer. No school in the country is in session during the summer. So I'm trying to just understand, and I'm fine with it. We can have feel-good resolutions and things of that nature. I'm just trying to understand to the public, as we're wasting public minutes, what is the objective and what will this item actually accomplish?
Council President.
Making people aware. How do we go about doing that, and what does that turn over to safety mechanisms for the children in Paterson? I heard Councilman mention recreation. It doesn't say anything about what we're allocating to recreation. It doesn't say anything about the recreation objective. Doesn't say some of the $1 million that the Attorney General has endowed us with is going to go towards recreation. I would like to just be clear on what we're doing.
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mims, then Councilman Mendez.
So I just want to, I want to make a request that this item includes charter schools as well. It's just allocated for, and we have to talk about the youth in totality. So if we can just amend it to say Paterson Public, well, we should just say all schools in Paterson. Just put that as a blanket statement so that we protect all the children, if we could do that, Councilman Mendez.
Sure.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. I think that, the answer to what is the goal, what we're expecting, this is not a feel-good resolution. And let me explain to you why. We have a problem in the city of Paterson. Very often time we say that everything goes in Paterson. And yes, everything goes because you have people driving on a residential area that you're supposed to be driving 25. You have people driving 50, 60 miles an hour and nobody say anything. And lately, let's be honest, I'm sorry. And let me be honest. And the police department, we've been so busy with other things that we're not enforcing traffic in the city of Paterson. In order for us to bring law and order in the city of Paterson, we need to enforce the traffic in the city of Paterson. So many accidents are happening. So the goal with this is to start enforcing speeding. People are blocking sidewalk, the pedestrian are senior. In some cases, they cannot even cross the street because you have people parking all the way on the corner and are senior, they cannot even cross the street. That's a safety issue for me. That's a problem for me. Also, people double parking. Park Avenue 33rd. You have people double parking. You have senior that they try to cross the street and it's so unsafe that it's ridiculous. So the goal with this is to make sure that we bring action and enforce the traffic law that we have in place. That's the goal with this. Thank you, Council President.
Council President. Just quick.
Councilman Velez.
Okay, so we already heard in the chief and administration announcing the strict resolution they're going to bring to the streets in the summer to bring quality of life and other things into place. What this resolution is, and we'll give the opportunity to administration to use any channels, any posting, public, whatever, to address and to make people aware. It could be signs in the street, it could be anything, painting the crosswalks, updating the signs as speeding, all of that. This resolution will move forward to do that and support that. So let's go for a vote, Council President, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
It's already budget.
Councilman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 36 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that this resolution that Councilman Mendez and Councilman Mims co-sponsor is about bringing awareness, and some of the things is increasing the lines, the yellow lines, increasing the crosswalk, making sure certain things are in place. I know for a fact they got cars out now. I call them plate readers, where they know if your car is registered, if your car is not registered, if your car has insurance. But this is just to bring awareness. The Attorney General did send out our new chief a 3-page initiative, and he had a lot of community stuff in there. And this would just help with that. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
You know, listen, and I try my best to be as negotiable as possible, and I'm not gonna. It's pointless for me to vote against this item. Is any objectives to bring awareness to children's safety should be something that's positively served. But the reality is this says nothing about how we're bringing awareness to the circumstances. This says nothing about traffic. It says nothing about double parking, stop sign. We are all aware of these things. This does not point and say anything about how the objectives for raising awareness, and this is the problem we have. This is why this council has really accomplished very little, because as a body, we have not put a good foot forward in making sure we hold the administration accountable. I can't tell you about the countless times I got to call the chief myself directly because a public ordinance that's on the books and where streets should not be closed before 9 a.m., they just totally disregard it. They totally disregard certain laws, but yet they're going to ride through to certain neighborhoods and ticket anybody that's parked too close to a stop sign at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, while the tow company is towing 15 cars per night of residents' cars. So companies could come in here and do business illegally, break the law, start construction, and close the streets down illegally before 9 a.m., but they're going to tow all of neighbors' cars. While, let me not forget to add that they're not checking on the illegal basement and attic apartments that goes through another department. So we're going to allow all of this to overrun your communities with parking We're not going to enforce those laws, and then we're going to put items like this on the agenda that feel good, but don't outline what exactly are we expecting to be done. But if this is what we're doing, then I guess then so be it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
For the safety of our children, there's no question for me. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Pedestrian safety is a must. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Item number 37.
Item number 37 is a resolution appointing Carmen M. Rivera as a commissioner to the Paterson Housing Authority. It's sponsored by Council President Shaheen Khalik. It's City Council Resolution 23414.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you.
Councilman Mims.
Now, I see here, Council President, that this is your appointment on the Paterson Housing Authority. Now, my understanding, no, we have the Paterson Housing Authority. No, because it was added on. Yeah, but my understanding is that you do not have any more appointments on the Housing Authority. That this appointment, and tell me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk and Corporation Counsel BA, this appointment is appointing a resident to the Paterson Housing Authority. If that's the case, all 9 council members, all 9 of us, we've been trying to do this for the last 3 years of putting a residence on the Paterson Housing Authority, and you're gonna put something like this without consulting no council member? No way can this go on tonight. Now, somebody better say something. Tell me what it is, because he do not have an appointment. This is a residence appointment. All 9 council members have a say in who's appointing to the housing authority, who's going to represent the residents, and the person who represents the resident should be a person who has been involved with their tenant council. If they lived in a residential, if they lived in a housing authority residency, someone who has been involved with being a tenants council president or whatever, secretary treasurer, have been involved. Now, where this name came from, I have no idea, but we've been trying for 3 years to get a residence in the Paterson Housing Authority, and it's gone on deaf ear, and you're not going to be able to pull this out tonight. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm next.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm next. Oh.
Housing Authority has not had a commissioner, resident commissioner over 7 years. Previous council presidents were unable to act on it, okay? So,
I'm sorry.
They were what? They were what?
well, previous council presidents, I'll say.
No,
Okay,
that's not true.
okay. Let me see. Because it's been a vacant position for years.
I didn't understand what you said a moment ago. Can you clear previous council?
I don't, okay, let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak. It's been vacant for more than 7 years. I'm just trying to fulfill it. Have a conversation here. We're gonna vote up or down, that's it, simple as that. There is a need of a resident, Paterson resident commissioner who represent the residents in the housing authority, in the housing authority, okay? And it's been a vacancy for more than 7 years. Nobody even attempt to put a commissioner in there. Now I bring it to the board. All of a sudden is an issue. It's been a vacant for more than 7. There we had no
Council
voice.
President. Council President.
I did follow what I had to do. There is nothing was illegally done. Councilman Mims, go ahead.
So to the public, just 1 minute, 1 second to the public.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Here is another another catastrophic event about to take place on the city council,
No, it's not.
which is unethical, it violates our code, and it takes away the autonomous authority of the housing authority. Let me tell you why. Let me say why. If they vote yes, they're going to be sued. They're going to go to court, whoever votes yes. This is because you will be violating the law. Let me tell you why. This item is for residence council. The process for this is that you would have to present, they could send in resumes or whatever. This council would have to review them and interview, and as a body, we make the choice. It's not made unilaterally by a council president or anyone. That shows, or it makes them appear to only have the power. That is not how this position works. For the last 3 years, we have been begging, let's fill the spot, let's talk about it. And we've been back and forth. We're going to wait, because everyone knew previously that this was the process, that there needs to be a discussion or there needs to be a conversation. So here we go on tonight, and I know Councilman Jackson talked about it earlier, but it just amazes me. Every time I come here, I always say I'm going to be quiet in the meetings, but sometimes you just can't be quiet sitting here. You can't be quiet. You come in, and then things are just thrown on the agenda. Some stuff gets taken off. If they don't like you, they take it off. But stuff like this violates the process. It doesn't even violate just the council process. It violates the housing authority's autonomous process. They're an autonomous board. We don't rule them. We don't govern them. They have their own board. And then I want to ask this question. Did we even send notice to the housing authority that we were going to have? Because that's the process. The process says when you start the review of who will be put in this position, there has to be notice sent to the housing authority. That is in the code. It's quiet as a church mouse.
No, we're waiting for you.
So this right now, if we call this to question and we vote, I'm not voting against the law. This is the law on this side and the law on the housing authority side. We have people from the housing authority here. We should hold this off. Let them speak. If you don't believe it, let them come and speak. We don't have to rush this vote through. Let's hold off. Let them speak. Let's have the public portion open up. Let's hear what the housing authority has to say. You got the chairwoman here. Let her speak and let her tell you what that process is. But to rush it through, I don't know the appointment, so I have nothing against the appointment. It has nothing to do with
Council
whoever this
President.
person is. I just want us to be in a position where we follow the law. That's what I want. And we've been doing that for the last few years, and I want us to follow the law.
Councilman Velez?
Okay, Council President, based on my knowledge as a statutory chairman that runs, that oversees the Housing Authority, Parking Authority, Library, and the courts, I had some conversation way back with the Director, Irma Gurum, regarding the position that she's looking for regarding the residence appointing. She always stated the council had to vote somebody in, and then we will follow the process in the Housing Authority, the process of background check, all those things that they do. But they give us the free will to the council to present somebody to the council and vote on it in a resolution fashion, and then they carry on in the Housing Authority. That's words from the director way back. Way back also when Sonia Gordon was the clerk, numerous times in the past, there was a precedent, and I recall Councilman Flavio Rivera mentioning on the floor saying that we need to get somebody from the council, submit your resume, submit the person that you have, et cetera, et cetera. And according to that time, nobody moved forward to present even a resume or a name. Okay? That's the information I get. Please, I'm not going over nobody here. That's the information that I get. I have a commission appointed by me in the Housing Authority. I did the diligence work to do it the right way. I didn't have no problem. Never have. We'll have a problem whoever want to bring somebody to get appointed to the board. Now, if there's a problem with this one, I don't see no problem regarding 1 year vacant seat that she's going to be taking Council President, you already told the clerk to read it in the floor, and it's for a vote. And
Council President.
if there's a problem, then we move forward to take another venue on this. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Davila?
This just will be quick, since Councilwoman Mims has stated that this is illegal. I need Corporation Counsel, can you please cite the code where it indicates that? Chapter 49, what I read, says that the council shall appoint. So can you please, I just want to
The
make...
council, not the president,
No,
the council.
That is Councilwoman.
Right.
We don't have, everyone spoke, and I give everyone the right to speak. I'm speaking right now. The reason why I'm asking that is I just want to make sure that we're not doing something that is incorrect. So Corporation Counsel, for the record, Corporation
no back and
Counsel,
forth.
Council President, I am asking, Council President, Council President, I have the floor.
Yes, go ahead.
Please, Corporation Counsel, through the chair, I'd like you to put on record if we are doing something illegal. That is number one. Number two, for the record, not every council member here has an appointment on the Housing Authority. I do not. I have my appointment in the Parking Authority. The only thing that I read, and I found this out today, is that Chapter 49 indicates that the council shall appoint, which means we would vote on it here today. Can you please confirm that, Corporation Counsel?
Council President,
I have the floor right now. Council President, Corporation Counsel,
Thank you,
through the
Council.
chair.
Thank you,
very
Council
much.
President. Thank you, Councilwoman, for that inquiry. So, just, Councilwoman Davila, you are correct. Section 49-2, appointments reads, appointments to the Housing Authority shall be made by council. And that's been interpreted to mean that council as a whole votes on an appointment. Whoever makes the suggestion makes a suggestion. It can be debated, it can be voted up, it can be voted down.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the last thing, Council President, so Councilwoman Mims, you also indicated that the Housing Authority needs to be informed. Is that on that code?
Yes, Corporation Counsel, continue.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for the
Yes.
follow-up inquiry. So I don't see anything in the code about advising them, but I do know for a fact that the director has been so advised, Director Gorman has been advised.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So are you going to let them speak? Are you going to let someone, you have the chairwoman here, you going to let her speak before you vote?
Well, she's the chairman of the board.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, go ahead.
Council-
so first of all, let me say this. Some of these beautiful faces I see in the audience and many of you at home who sit home year after year during the election process, support these kinds of efforts, and then knowingly watch family members and friends stay home while newly arrived people. My parents have grown up in both projects. Blood, sweat, and tears in those hallways. Those pissy hallways for years, endured the lack of attention while people callously come here with the corruption. He clearly says it's been 70 years, and all of a sudden, there's a new director
No, he said 7.
that's looking to be appointed, and all of a sudden, there's more than an urgency. There's a process to mitigating and overstepping everyone here. Just for a point of clarity, everybody talks about these committees. The guy at the end doesn't even understand what he's talking about. I run the housing, the parking. No, you don't. The committee does not run. The committee should lend a measure of oversight, then bring it back to the council. Can anybody show me the resume, not of just this candidate, but the other candidates that was considered? How are we slanting the process so hard because the person is being handpicked? The person is being handpicked. That's the reality. And Corporation Counsel, I can't tell you how disappointed I am, because it's been brought to my attention that from your office, the recommendation to table this item, because it wasn't done properly, came directly out of the office, but yet we're allowing this thing to continue. This right here is corruption 101. This is an example. I've been saying it over and over again. The hundreds of millions of dollars that's being that's being destroyed within housing. The lack of quality of life that's there, while people are walking away with $25 million developers fees. I've been saying this since I got elected. Developers fees, they're firing everybody within the community. I talked to a person, Brother Watkins. A lot of you know him. My family affectionately called him Pig for years. He was the director of the maintenance department that had more than 100 maintenance people that work for housing. There's less than 5 that work for housing now. And we allow these third-party companies to come in here and manage the money that's given to the city. See, it is an autonomous board, but that housing authority is owned by the city of Paterson. It is not a separate entity. There's a board that's been put in place for this oversight. And when you have corruption that's taking place and people get appointed and turn a blind eye to things, this is what happens. Property, 17 acres of land sold for $1. Brother Charles, you're one of the people who heard me saying this for how many years? And now what we want to do, because we want to make sure the right director gets put in there, we want to overstep the board's current process. We neglected appointing this person. The council president does not have the authority to singularly appoint this person and then just have us vote it up or down, because they're controlling 5 votes.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to move this item to be tabled.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor already. That's one thing. Also, there have been other commissioner has been appointed.
There's a motion on the floor.
And there was
There's a motion on the
there
floor.
was no questions. So I don't know where all these questions.
There's a Robert Rules of Order. There's a motion on the floor.
Council President, with legal.
Madam Clerk,
Or Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
Mr. President?
first motion was,
There's a motion to table the item.
well, no,
And
there was
second.
the first.
A second?
There's a motion first.
There was a motion on the
and
floor
second.
already, Madam Clerk.
As it
Yes.
So,
Well, I want to make a motion. Who made the other motion?
I second. Motion to table supersedes.
Motion to table supersedes the first motion.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, so we have a motion, the main motion, and then there's a secondary motion that supersedes that motion, so
Yes.
we got to go with it.
Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call and motion to table item number 37. Councilwoman Cotton.
This is a motion to table.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, sorry.
They know already. We've been trying for 5 years. Now, only thing we don't know how long the residency piece of the housing authority has been vacant. But we all have, I know I have submitted names. This is not the right process of how they doing it. They gotta come before all of us with their resume.
We in a hurry.
It should be, you know, see, the bad thing about this resolution is that it doesn't say residency. It just say appointment to the Paterson Housing Authority, which make you think that it's for the president and not the resident.
Give me another roll.
This is the residency part, not to do that. You can't, it should come before all 9 of us. And, you know, let me just say, you know, I had an appointment on some other boards, and a group of people here, I took one of mine from me, the council, they've all voted. So I have an appointment on the Housing Authority, and my other appointment is on the Board of Adjustment because I gave up my appointment on the Parking Authority. So we cannot, until they bring everybody, because I have a couple resumes of residents who lives in public housing who are on the Tenants Council, or involved with the Housing Authority, they're involved with doing things, and they're not even being considered. We have many residents that would love to be a part of this. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
To table.
Oh, no, yes to table. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to table because this is not fair and this is not right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Madam Clerk, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
If anyone is somewhere wondering why the city of Paterson is in the condition it's in, this is the example. This right here is the example. Blatant in your face, screw you. I don't care what you think. We're going to do what we want to do. We're going to commandeer the process. The mayor is not supposed to influence the council's positions.
They all in his back pocket.
Every one of them.
All of us see it.
This right here, this right here is the example. We'll see. Watch how this vote goes. Then make the determination. Don't put your chips down yet. Because trust me, this is show you who's where. Is this right here is corruption 101. Commandeering. See, Paterson is a piggy bank for everybody else except for you, the residents. And housing brings in hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money. HUD money, housing dollars, and in the past, and I take my hat off to those current commissioners, specifically the chair and vice chair, because for years past, they wouldn't even read the legislation that was going through. It was an automatic yes vote. And now you have people that's fighting on behalf of the residents, that have a concern about the residents' living conditions. And here we are trying to unbalance the scale yet again. They know there's a problem because there's a 3-3 tie vote that's going on, I'm assuming. So we need to make sure we unbalance the scale. That's what this is. And again, Corporation Counsel, I'm appalled. The fact that this legislation came with the recommendation from a legal mind to say that it's recommended to table and that was not given to this council on the dais today, it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. Because this is how we take care of the public's best interest. We make sure that we don't allow the money to be squandered. There's been not one measure of oversight. The countless developers that's walking away with $20 million in developers' fees. People who once worked for housing now all of a sudden work for the developers. That's the kind of crap that's going on here. We need to wake up. We need to wake up. The process is clear, and it's being overstepped all the time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to table.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And right after my vote, I would like to just, I will apologize because I have to leave. I have to take a plane that leaves in 2 hours. I have to go from here straight to the airport. So if I stay for another minute, I will lose my flight. And I asked Councilwoman at large, Lilissa Mintz, and Councilwoman at large, Marexa Davila, in case anybody have any question. To all my third ward residents, I'll be available on the phone. Everybody knows my cell phone number, which is 973-930-1436. You could reach out to me, but I will be out of the country only for 2 days. And my two councilwomen at large that live in the third ward will be covering for me, so I really have to leave right now, right after my vote. So let me just say this. I have a conversation because when people talk about illegal things, I take that seriously. I don't joke with that. You could say whatever you want, but the fact is the fact. I asked Corporation Counsel, and the reality is that they appoint a person 3 years ago on that position, and they haven't been able to produce one document about that person. You know all the problem that we have with Housing Authority. I want to be honest with you. When I saw the name, I don't know this person, but I don't have any appointment at the Housing Authority because my appointment is at the Parking Authority and the Board of Adjustment. I'm not saying, but the community have been very vocal about the need of low-income housing, affordable housing, and the condition of our buildings that being controlled by the Housing Authority. It's a disaster. 255 Atlantic, the condition of our building, elevator broke down for month and month. So, and I've been requesting the administration when they're gonna have a meeting with the Housing Authority. I was about to say yes to this item. I don't know the person. All I want is the Housing Authority to be functioning, because our seniors, they're suffering. You get into one of those buildings, you see the condition of the building, and it's just unacceptable. Just unacceptable. And that's all I want to say. That I asked Corporation Council before my vote because I was in full support. I don't know the person. I just want to see the board functioning. That's all. And our seniors to be being taken care. So my vote is not to table, and I have to recuse myself because I have to leave. I'm sorry.
He said no to table. Councilwoman Mims.
So, public. So, to the public. So,
Ma'am,
So-
you need to stop. You need to stop. You are interrupting the meeting. Councilman Mims?
So, to the viewing public and the public that is here, the good thing about council meetings are that you can get a copy of the documents. I don't know the individual that they're trying to appoint, but if you saw this resume, that's why I can't see why anybody would not vote to, if you saw the resume alone, it doesn't tell how long they've been a resident. As a matter of fact, and it's not anything against this person, but it only shows on here that they've had like 4 jobs, but it doesn't talk about do they live at a housing facility. None of that is in this resume. And don't go by anything that was said here tonight. Get a copy of item number 37 and look at the second page of the resume. This is why, no, it was added. You have to see it for yourself. We have to do the right thing. I'm sure it wasn't in workshop. This should have been discussed in workshop. And it needs further discussion. Nothing against the person. I just think we need to do the right thing. This item needs to be tabled until further discussion. And then whoever this particular person is, if someone could reach out and get some level of the resume to identify how long they've been a resident, are they a renter or a homeowner? We don't have any of that information, and that is really vital to what we're, and this is what was here to vote on tonight. So, Madam Clerk, to table this item, it is definitely needed to table. This resume is not even ready to be presented to this council. My vote is just to table.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this item was not in the workshop session. We didn't even get a chance to discuss about it. We did not know anything about the candidate or why you should appoint or not. There's no chance to discussion in the workshop session because this item was not in workshop session. Today we just came here to vote, and I don't think this is right. Because so many times we saw the items was discussed in the workshop session and disappeared in the regular meeting. That's what we experienced. Now how come this is not even in workshop session and appeared in the regular meeting for just voting session? And I think this is not right to me, and I would definitely support to table it back.
Thank you, Councilman
My vote is yes.
Udine. Councilman Velez.
So I'm going to address 2 things here today. I'm going to address 2 concerns. This is the dais. I'm going to address 2 concerns today. A lot of people started chatting from the public, corruption. Corporation Council, Council President.
One second, Councilman Velez. Sir, can you please be out of the dais? Can you leave the dais? Can you leave the room? Leave the room. You are. This is so disrespectful. Corporation Council. You are You are not letting us. We cannot have a meeting back and forth like that, Corporation Council. I'm gonna.
So Council President, Council President-
when is your, 1 second, when is your term to speak, you can speak. If you guys keep yelling, I'm gonna suspend the meeting. I'm gonna, rightfully so, if you keep yelling back and forth, I don't wanna throw anybody out, I'm gonna suspend the meeting, Corporation Council. If this yelling back and forth goes on, I don't wanna have a chaos in here. So, when you're, I understand, I respectfully understand, when is your time to speak, you can speak. When is your time to speak, when you have time, you could speak. Every week you guys come, speak on the public portion. Every time you come, you pick up the public portion. Let us,
Listen, I'm the last, so, Council President,
you are, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
no, I'm not gonna just vote and that's it.
All I'm asking, when your public portion come, when your time to speak, you will speak. Don't speak out loud. Now you are talking out of term. You are speaking out of term. You are speaking out of term. Councilman Velez?
So I gotta address two issues here. A lot of people speak about corruption and that we are corrupt. I gotta give that we are corrupt. I'm not gonna do what the public say, I just vote. I had to explain my vote. So, Council President, there's a decorum that had to be both sides. The public had to understand that we conducting business. They could come up there and the podium later on and discuss if I'm faggot or whatever they want to say. They could come here and say it in front of me. But remember that the same liability I have in these chambers is the same liability you have as a public people out there. If you slander me from that podium, you have also the right to go to court and prove those slandering. So I just want to let you know that. I just want to let you know that. All right? I just want to let you know that. So, Council President,
Let's continue. Councilman Velez, vote, please.
I gotta vote? No, this is the thing, Council President. I gotta vote, but I gotta vote. I gotta vote on this item. And this item stayed, because I sit in here and listen to everybody debating the item, so I have the right to explain why is my vote and what I have to say. Okay? So, right now, I'm gonna address two issues. The issue is about the corruption. I gotta give some phone numbers, 973-881-4800, that's the prosecutor's office, 973-645-2700, that's the AG office,
Velez, please vote.
Bergen County, Bergen prosecutor. If you have all those evidence,
Please,
go up there and say there's corruption. Second, the ordinance is clear, the resolution is clear.
1 second, man.
We're looking to appoint somebody to address the issues or to manage or to work in the, as a commission in the housing authority. There's some facts that are out of the line, not even in the books. Saying that, ladies and gentlemen, my vote is going to be abstain.
Abstain?
No,
I'm sorry,
I'm
Councilman
changing
Velez.
mine.
Oh,
You voting?
I'm changing,
You voting yes?
I'm going to vote no to table.
You voted no?
No to table.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, Council President, there's too much going on, and obviously there's people here that don't understand an abstention.
Process. They don't know.
I'm changing my vote to a no.
Thank you.
They came here to make,
Madam Clerk,
go ahead.
Madam Clerk, my vote is, Madam Clerk,
Officer,
Madam Clerk,
Officer.
Councilman Kalik, Council President, Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk,
Yes, I'm sorry.
my vote is no.
Thank you.
Roll call to, roll
Mr.
call.
President?
no.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 noes, Four yeses, so the motion to table failed.
Roll call on item 37.
Roll call on item number 37 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. I cannot hear.
They changed their vote. They changed their vote.
We're voting to adopt item number 37. Councilwoman Cotton, your vote?
He missed roll call. He needs to go back home.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk.
So item,
Madam Clerk.
yes, Councilwoman?
I mean, you know, they put us here as council people to be responsible. When you look at stuff and you see it doesn't make sense, you should not vote yes. When you see it's not, you want to put someone somewhere who knows the process, who knows what to do, who knows the understanding, because now they're going to have to take a class, and they're going to have to go to school, and they're going to have to learn a lot of stuff about housing. So you have someone who's been in housing, who's been in residency, has been a part of the tenants council. Those things will help you to be a better commissioner. And, you know, and I don't like to go by rumors. I really don't. I like to try to find out things for myself. But this is not right. They know it's not right. And to point this person, and like Councilwoman Mims said, I don't know this lady. But, you know, it's just awful. Community, this is awful. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
For those that really think that they know me, they don't. Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, I just love the constituent in the city of Paterson. I'm looking forward to meeting this new commissioner. My vote is yes.
Yes. Councilman Jackson?
I'm telling you, I know what it is. They want to bring that cook in.
Councilman Jackson, but,
Very good, Madam Clerk. Give me one moment, please.
okay. I can't hear.
I'm coming. Give me one moment.
All right, so I'll move on to Councilman Mendez.
I don't want to pass.
Okay.
I don't want to pass. So, I want to put this on my iPad so that, Mr. Cameraman, can you please zoom in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
For those that don't know the person.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Talk about it,
You
Mr.
should
Roy.
allow these two people to speak before you vote.
Yes, you should have.
Point of order.
We are on the roll call, Councilman
Can you
Jackson?
please zoom in, Mr. Cameraman?
Councilman Jackson, we are on a roll call. It's not a presentation. You have 2 minutes. Please vote.
So, as you continue to interrupt my time, I
I'm
will
not
extend
interrupting
it.
your time. You
I
interrupting
will
yourself.
extend
This is
it.
not a
I will extend it.
presentation. We are on a roll call.
That's the problem. We never can see what y'all we want to see.
Yo.
Who's in the picture? So you bring her in.
Mr. Cameraman, can you please zoom in tighter, please? Zoom in all the way, please. The public deserves to see this. Keep going. You can do it. Keep going.
Councilman Jackson?
Council President, you can be patient. You can be patient. So,
2 minutes, Madam Clerk.
For a picture?
it doesn't, Council President, let me forewarn you. It doesn't matter when the clock goes off. I am not relinquishing my time. When I'm ready to relinquish my time, sir, I will do so. When I choose to vote, that's when I would do it. Let me also forewarn you. Before you extend yourself to have any officer try to have a member of the public removed for,
Councilman, we are voting on an item.
and I'm talking.
Please,
And I'm
vote.
talking.
Don't
And I'm
try to
talking.
provoke the public.
I don't need to provoke the public. I don't need to provoke the public.
Madam Clerk, 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I timed it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. And once again, as I previously stated, Council President, when I'm ready to vote, that's when I'll vote. I will not relinquish this microphone. I would like to see you take the microphone from me if you feel so adamant about the fact that you don't want me to speak. But I'm gonna say this, and here's my commitment to the community. I will be getting arrested along with anyone else before anybody is removed physically from these chambers. These chambers belong to the people. They could come here and express their frustration how they see fit. This is not your house. This is not your house. You may think you control things here, but you do not. Now, with that being said, I'm sorry, if I can have a quick moment. Can you turn that down for me, please? So, it's clearly obvious. This right here is corruption at its best. Not only is there a long-standing relationship, but the resume just doesn't speak to anything that pertains to do with housing. The way the process should have gone, we should have all been able to make a suggestion. Every council member, this is a community member that's appointed by the body. Every council member should have been able to make a suggestion, and then collectively we can vote and support and compare and contrast. That would be being responsible. But they all got a phone call stating the urgency, and you can see the level of disrespect to the community. You guys need to wake up, man, please. Please, help wake everybody else up. And before I vote, Corporation Council, after the vote is called,
You do that shit to bother people because you ain't have no reason at all to just come and just walk past us knowing your dumb ass is over your arguing with us. You wanna put your sleeve on my fucking nose, I should've chopped your ass. Dumb as hell. You do that shit on
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Mr. President?
and then when you tell them the truth,
we're doing the roll call. Can you vote, Councilman Jackson?
stupid ass.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm trying to vote.
Sorry.
I'm trying to vote, Council President, but you keep interrupting me. And again, I yield to the public because that's what I'm here to do. I'm a public servant. So, Corporation Council, I don't know when you would see best, but I would love for you to put on record the specifics behind what the determination that came out of your office was regarding this item, and why was this process mitigated to give everybody an opportunity. These items are not solely discussed in committee. That's not what committee's for. Committee does not control. You know what committee is? It's a backdoor deal process. That's where the deals are made. Who's the committee chair? Who sits on the committee? Who has access to the directors? How they all make deals for each other. Oh, I'll give you this if you give me that. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on here. Madam Clerk, and again, I can emphatically say, I don't know who this young lady is. Other people may try to make that claim, but obviously, as you can see through the photographs, they know exactly who this person is. And if one of them knows who this person is, the whole crew knows who the person is. So, pay attention, people. Pay attention. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Council President, did you want me to?
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilman Mendez, voting.
Thank you, Council President. After I have a conversation with Corporation Counsel, and quite honestly, I saw the picture. I have no relationship with the person. Quite honestly, I cannot speak on if I know the person or not. What really surprised me is that we all have different appointments here. I don't have any appointment in the Housing Authority, as I mentioned before. Everybody knows my fight against Housing Authority is that how neglected they've been with the community for many years, and they have to stop. What concerned me the most and make me more upset about this is that they appointed a person 3 years ago in this position with no document, nothing has been done. And that's the reason I say, yes, I don't know who it's your appointment, it's your appointment, but at the same time, when we vote yes, Housing Authority, they have to go through the process. That goes out of our purview. They have to do their job, background, whatever they have to do. All I want to see is that board functioning. That's all I want to. I have no business there. I'm not part of no crew as everybody, and she could be with anybody in the picture. It's his appointment. I got my appointment at the parking authority. But I really want to see the Housing Authority to doing their job in our community. That's all I'm going to say. And with that being said, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Your vote is yes, Councilman?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I got it, I know. So let me bring some facts. We did not appoint anyone from this council 3 years ago without a resume. That wasn't done by us. It was not. I don't care what he said. I was here, he wasn't here. That was not done by us. That wasn't done by us. So Councilman Mendez, you may need to hear, like, I know he's catching a flight, but they were not appointed by us. You go back and look at the files, that's what they gave, the information. For me, I just think it's disheartening. I don't know this person, but if you look at the resume, it does not qualify. If you look at the resume, it just, it doesn't tell, it gives education, but it doesn't tell when. And I mean, you know, when we put people on boards, and you know, it's not our, you know, when people are appointing, but this particular appointment should have been done by the council. Where we came together, we just appointed or reactivated the rent leveling board because of the concerns that are going on. So it's almost hypocritical in nature that we reinstate the rent leveling board, and then we have really no dialogue about who the rent commissioner should be outside of those that know and those that don't. It does a disservice to the community. It really, to me, does a disservice to the president and the vice chair of the Housing Authority who are sitting in the audience that we didn't even allow them to speak. I made that request earlier. They should have been able to speak, but you know what's happening? There's a few things happening. One, if one more vote is given to the Housing Authority, there's a takeover. 100%. Well, they only need one more, and this will be the one.
And she not qualified?
This will be the one. So that's one piece. Today is Tuesday. This Saturday at 12 noon, there will be an opportunity to vote for someone to be the council president. Paterson, and I know you've heard it many times, the power is in your vote. It's not in sitting on this side. It's not in sitting in a title or all that. The power is in your vote. You can't talk about it. You have to do it. You have to galvanize. You got to get people registered. You see it, what's going on. You're not asleep. You're wide awake. And you see what's going on. You have to change things. You have to change things. It's a sad occurrence when we're telling you the law, and they are going to sue. I'm telling you, right after this vote that is going to Housing Authority, there's going to be a lawsuit. Whether we like it or not, they're going to sue, and they're going to win. Because the commissioner's seat is different than just appointing someone to the board. And guess what happens in Paterson? We do not win any lawsuits. As a witness with my good friend Dave Gilmore, who will be coming back tomorrow. We don't win. But what scares me the most is when we say what the truth is in the law and we still dismiss it. We dismiss it and go somewhere differently. So, Paterson, it's shameful what's going on. It is shameful. It is really shameful. It's sad. You know, we've been trying to get workshops televised. It's been taken off, blacked out, all types of stuff being done because it's something that the residents want. Anything that the residents want and deserve, it's not even considered. When it comes to the game of the five, the game of what we want and what's going to benefit a certain agenda, it remains on the agenda. We've come to a sad day in the city of Paterson when it comes to governmental structure operating in Robert Rules of Order, operating in ethics, operating in knowing what's right to do in integrity, operating in accountability and transparency. We are really in a sad state of occurrence. A sad state of occurrence. And Madam Clerk, because I want it on record when this goes for lawsuit, that Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lalisa Mims, voted no because she knows the law. My vote is no.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. This position is vacant for about 4 years. Longer than this. The way it appeared to the meeting today, and I'm again rephrasing, it did not even come to the workshop session. It just came to the regular meeting state because it's an urgency of appointing someone. Where have you been last 4+ years? Why did not come to the workshop session for discussion? Now it's all of a sudden it's urgent matter. It has to be voted today. All of a sudden, what kind of common sense we are talking about? I thought this position was vacant after the last workshop session. That's why they could not bring it to the workshop session. And it was vacant last 4+ years. So think about the rationale we are speaking about. I do not know the person personally. I don't know who that is. If she's in this room, I don't know about this. But if we really think about the qualification, City of Paterson do not have qualified people for this position. Someone does not know even how to write a resume. And we are talking about that person? Is it because I'm not qualified, that's why I don't want qualified people on the board? And again, I'm saying that I do not know whether it's correct process or not. This is completely wrong. The way it appeared to the meeting. Whatever rationale you used, you know this is completely wrong process. Whatever law you use, it is wrong. It is wrong to appoint someone who does not know how to write a resume to the board. It is shame for all of us. It's shame for the city of Paterson that we do not have qualified people to sit on the seat.
Well, you have them, they just didn't find them.
It says this is what it is. And I cannot really support this. And I don't know what's the urgency that it cannot come to the workshop session. It has to come straight to the regular session so that we do not have enough time to speak about. With that being said, and as an educator I'm saying this, I cannot really take this resume in consideration at all. I can't. If anyone takes it, ignore it. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Just to bring clarification, this picture is from 2019. Second, I haven't aged that much, 2023. Thank you for taking notice of the picture. But talking about this individual, it's sad why we had to go through pointing this person. It's sad that people had to even slander her, even as she's not here to defend herself. It's sad that she is a Paterson resident, went to school in Paterson, is from Paterson, I could mention a lot of things that this young lady had going through, being a recipient of Section 8 in the city of Paterson, also reside in a housing authority facility. So, saying that, everybody had the right to present themselves. I don't question no commissioner for no one when it comes out to a vote. I have a commissioner appointed there that she's doing a great work in there, and all the commissioners that are appointed there are doing a great work. I think everybody's going to be working in the same page for the benefit of all the recipients, seniors of the city of Paterson that receive Section 8 or any housing voucher. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Housing Authority was created by the City Council. We could dissolve it as well. And there are many appointments came in front of this council. Many resumes came in front of this council. I don't know why everybody's like, without even looking at anything, automatically they vote yes. But I don't know why they're so with microfied glasses looking at this appointment. There is nothing wrong with this appointment. She is a resident of the public housing at Riverside Terrace, and she's a Pattersonian. And public, can you give me a breakdown of public appointments, Corporation Council? Define me like...
We're in the middle of roll call, point of order.
I know, but I'm asking you to Corporation Council.
We're in the middle
I have
of roll
the
call.
authority to ask him.
No, you
Go ahead,
not,
Councilman.
you don't have the authority. Robert
Council
rules
President, thank you,
overrides.
and I'll try to be brief. So,
Point of order, point of order,
I did
point
read
of order.
from the statute,
Point of order.
the appointment.
Point of
I just
order,
wanna
we have to
clarify-
operate in Robert
I just
rules
want
of
to
order.
clarify the statement made
We're out of
regarding
order.
the law department's take on this. There was some discussion as to whether or not this is a council pick or a housing authority pick. And it depends on whether or not the housing authority has adopted the appropriate regulations for that to be a housing authority pick. The law department in the city has not received any of that documentation. I understand that that's been a subject of conversation that precedes me by many, many years, and to this date we haven't received it. So in light of the lack of documents and information that we have received, the law department is of the opinion that at this time it's the council's pick. Of course, if at some point in time there's documentation produced to show that the housing authority did do what it needs to do under the federal and state statutes to enable it to make this pick, then this pick would technically have to be undone. But at this time, we don't see that happening.
Thank you for clarification, Corporation Council. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 noes. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, now I'll take the community development item. Is Barbara here?
She's here.
Which one is it?
The rest
Item
of-
number 33, 34, and 35.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we'll do Public
Public
Works.
portion, okay, 33.
Item number 33, Madam Clerk.
Item number 33 is a resolution to amend Resolution Number 22:365 to provide a one-year extension to raise advisors for consultant services to administer the city's Home American Rescue Program, ARP, development projects for Department of Community Development, RFP number 2022-43, Community Development Resolution 23:410.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 33, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 33 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution is to extend the consultant service for projects that community development have, home, CBG, just extending. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Item number 34.
Item number 34 is a resolution to amend Resolution 22:368 to provide a one-year extension to Civitas LLC for consultant services to administer the city's HUD-funded program titled Home American Rescue Program ARP Development for the Department of Community Development. It's RFP number 2022-44, Community Development Resolution 23:411.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 34.
Roll call on item number 34 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Item number 35.
Item number 35 is a resolution to amend Resolution number 22:385 to provide a one-year extension to Civitas LLC for consultant services to provide technical assistance to the city with the following HUD-funded programs: CDBG, Home, HOPWA, and ESG for the development of community development, RFP number 2022-45, Community Development Resolution 23:412.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Udine
Cotton.
Cotton.
and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 35.
Roll call on item number 35 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to express to the audience that we need to extend this contract for 1 year. Last winter, we had gotten caught off guard because our contract had been expired, and we had people who needed boilers, and we couldn't get them because it comes under that home money where someone owns a house, they can get up to $15,000 to get whether they need a boiler, whether they need a roof, whether they need windows. So this helps us to extend this contract. So, because I know when the winter comes in, we're going to have some, our seniors who's going to need some help with their house. Barbara, I want to thank you. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. Okay, Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Okay.
Director, we have addressed 4 items from your division. Thank you to your leadership and your employees' hard work to preserve the federal funding that comes to our city and all the applicants that come through there.
35.
So my vote is yes. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson, are you ready?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Good night.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Item number 31 and 32, DPW.
Sure.
Item number 31, Madam Clerk.
Item number 31. Item 31 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to J.A. Alexander, Inc. for the East Side Park Road resurfacing, bid number 23.12, for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works, the Public Works Resolution 23:408.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims and Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 31.
Roll call on item number 31 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Pass.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Director, after my vote, I just want to know what the schedule is before summer ends. My vote is yes.
What's happening?
But your vote
Oh,
is
yes,
yes?
yes.
He voted yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know we're in roll call, so you can just address it with an affirmative or negative. Director, does this include all of the roads in the park?
The resolution is for all the top roads. There's options on the resolution for the bottom road.
There's options, so
You have to read the body of the resolution, yes.
So this price that's being reflected, that we're supporting at 275,000, the additional optional is 117.
Yeah.
So, but it's the bottom roads that's in worse condition in the park, specifically Snake, Deadman's Curve, Snake Road,
Snake Road.
and the bottom that first street that goes down to the highway. So, are we not exercise? Is the plan not to exercise the option, or is it?
I would want to, we could do, yeah, we are going to exercise the option.
Very good. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President,
Yes.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, yes, Councilman Jackson?
I'm going to reconsider my vote, please. No, I
I
apologize.
think she announced the vote already.
You're reconsidering your vote?
I am.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you,
I didn't
Madam
announce
Clerk.
it.
Thank you. It's amazing how, can you let her do her job, please, sir? Do your job. Worry about your job.
Madam Clerk, did you announce your vote?
I didn't announce the totals as it. I was about to announce it, so
You just say
Okay,
6.
I'm
I
just
said
saying.
six.
so-
She would
so
have.
it's not- I'm
She
not
would have.
interfering with her job.
okay,
would have.
so
Man.
I did say 6.
Right.
So I started, so we cannot recall it right now.
Very good.
So the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
So I was correct. Item number 32, Madam Clerk.
Sure. Item number 32 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Waste Management of New Jersey, Inc. for the disposal of recycled corrugated cardboard and commingled materials, bid number 22.31, for the Division of Recycling for the Department of Public Works. It's Public Works Resolution 23:409.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Woodin. Roll call on item number 32.
Second by who? Odin?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Roll call on item number 32 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, I'll just take this time to address some, my concerns overall. I mean, and this is no slight on the director, because I think that in consideration of dealing with the cards that you dealt, I know you do the best that you possibly can. You do a phenomenal job of doing it. But I just want to point out that as we just only consider just Eastside Park, it's just about $500,000. If we went out to source the materials that's used, I want to say it'd be about $75,000 to do the entire park. So therefore, we're expending close to $500,000 that we could be providing jobs. It doesn't cost anything to buy a miller and to buy a paver. We have a competent director. We have many people in this community that's looking for jobs, and we continuously outsource these jobs, which I always talk about. And it is that stance that I've stood on when I started. It's that stance that I'm gonna stand on. I did allow that to get through. It was gonna pass anyway, but that was a mistake of mine. But we have to do better when we talk about creating opportunities in our community and continuously giving them an open checkbook just to write checks to people who are going to make contributions back to people's campaign funds. With that being said, Madam Clerk, on this item, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Good evening. Have a good night. Um, Let's do item 18 to 30, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 18 is a resolution designating Presidential Boulevard between West Broadway and Temple Street to also be known as Black Street Boulevard, is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson and Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton, is City Council Resolution 23:395.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 18.
Roll call on item number 18 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So for those that are familiar with, or those that most people know, the famous group, which is a Grammy Award-winning group, Blackstreet, who made songs like No Diggity, No Doubt, so many others. Two of those members were born and raised here in the city of Paterson in the First Ward. We are grateful to be able to name a street after them. They have already previously been given the key to the city here in this great city, and it's just befitting. We've named streets for many people. They deserve it. I believe they're probably one of few that are Grammy Award winners right here from the city of Paterson. It's a no-brainer. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So, in 2016, I tried to bring a resolution to name Frankie Reed's Way in the Fifth Ward. Frankie Reed's Way, it was let's see. Now nobody's gonna shut me down. I got the right to explain my vote. So, Frankie Reese, whoever knows who was Frankie Reese, know that he was a Fifth Ward resident, a musician that traveled the whole country, the whole states, everywhere, singing salsa. Frankie Reese was a good singer. I brought that resolution that time, and the rules of the naming street, they said I cannot name a street after a person was convict, an ex-convict. So saying that, at this time, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Cotton.
Point of insertion.
That's
Let me bring to the fact.
That's what they tell me.
That's what they told me. I take offense to Councilman Velez.
Don't take offense. I don't take offense when they appointed Frankie Reese.
I'm speaking. I have the floor.
Councilwoman Mims.
Don't get offense.
I have the floor.
Councilwoman Mims. We are on a Councilwoman Mims.
But I did a point of insertion.
I understand, Councilwoman Mims.
It'll be quick.
Okay.
I take offense to Councilman Velez, you saying that the members of Blackstreet are ex-cons.
No, I said
they are not.
I said that because
but I have the floor.
We are on the voting.
Go ahead,
You
Council
said
President.
that when you tried to
Council
name
President.
a street for the person you named, that they would not let you do it because they were ex-con. These members of this group are not ex-cons. They are not. So I don't know who gave that information or who's spreading that rumor, but I really take offense to that. Many things have come before this council where there were some things that were labeled and stated in fact, and we didn't question it at all. We just voted it through. They are not ex-cons. I'm putting it on the record. They are Grammy Award-winning African-American artists that are from the city of Paterson. So, Councilman Velez, I know you said it's rumored, but I would really like if you would retract that, because I don't know where you got that from.
First of all, I don't need to retract.
They are not.
Councilwoman, you made your point.
They are not. So I'm not sure who gave that rumor, but
Okay.
we want to honor them
Thank you.
for what they really value and
Council
worth.
President.
Thank you,
Thank
Council
you.
President.
If you
We are on a
go-
roll call. Councilman Velez, you voted already.
No, but,
Councilwoman
no,
Cotton.
Council President, let's do this. She explained thinking that I say that they was exiled. What I say is Frankie Reeves was denied because he
Okay.
has
Thank
a
you.
criminal record.
We'll
And
look
I
into
said,
it.
I will not vote for this one, that's it.
We'll look into
I didn't say
it. Madam Clerk?
No.
Yes,
Next.
Mr. President.
I have-
Councilwoman Cotton, please. Councilwoman Cotton.
He has.
I'm gonna
he
put
has
one
his
white boy
information.
club too,
Madam
so
Clerk.
no problem.
Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With this resolution here, we're honoring our young black man who has won Grammys Award, who has succeeded, and it's for our young people in our city to see that you can, and you can. And I always say to you, our young people, you can. Don't let no one say you cannot. You can. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Abdelaziz was in the room. He passed, and he left right now, so I would want him to finish his vote. He was in the room, and he said he would pass.
Well, he's not here. He's gone.
Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item was on the agenda previously, and there was a different location. And Councilman Mendez recommended to table it. And there were a lot of things were said here. A lot of things were said, and I think the audience need to go back to the tape. And I don't want to repeat it, and I don't want to make another debate in here. But you know, there's a racial tension even came into to naming this after this individual. That item was taken off because this and that. But at the same time, why is it getting removed to another location now? Obviously, there was an issue on the other location. So I think whoever made those statements, they should recall their statements and make it clear to the public there was an issue on the other location. That's why we moved it to another location. That's all I'm saying. And my vote is, I mean, if anybody honor anybody, I don't have any issue with it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Next item, item 19.
Item number 19 is a resolution honoring the legendary boxer Shawn Wilkins. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by all remaining members of the council. It's City Council Resolution 23:396.
Move, Councilman Cotton.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Second.
Which one is that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 19, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 19 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As you know, we're having a boxing show with Akbar McIntyre. And this boxer, Shawn Wilkins, is a legendary boxer here in the city of Paterson. He has fought in many fights. It would be an honor for me to recognize him at the boxing event that they're going to have. Coming with my husband, who was a referee and did major bouts, and I was able to travel with him at some of these major bouts, but to honor our own Pattersonians who were fighters that from our city that fought all over the world. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Next item.
Item number 20 is resolution honoring the legendary boxer Frankie the Shark Toledo. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilman Luis Velez. co-sponsored by all remaining members of the council, City Council Resolution 23:397.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez.
Second by
Second by
Cotton.
Councilman Cotton. Roll call on item number 20.
Roll call on item number 20 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is Frankie the Shark Toledo. He would be recognized too, being a legendary boxer here from the city of Paterson. I just went to a boxing convention, and I had the opportunity again to see Andrew Galata. If everybody know Andrew Galata, he was considered a low blower. He couldn't keep his hand above the belt, but I had the opportunity to meet him again, and he remembered when my husband did the fight with him in Madison Square Garden, and the riots broke out, and cheers was flying everywhere. But it was something, wasn't it? So we honor another legendary boxer here from our city. And with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
That's Toledo Shark. Okay.
As a kid, I had a privilege of growing up with Frankie. Him and his father. His father was a great trainer in his community as well. He now resides in the First Ward, and I'm happy that you put this effort forward, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
It's only right to honor legends. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Well deserved, my vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 20 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we'll now open up the public portion.
Sure. Let me, just a minute, Councilman.
How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
So, Mr. President, we have 26 speakers.
First speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker, Ms. Victoria Oquendo. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Victoria Oquendo, 4th
Good evening.
Ward. Good evening to my de facto government. If you don't know what de facto means, it means action taken without strict legal authority to do so, but recognized as legally valid nonetheless. Most of us think when we work into a courtroom that we understand the difference between a courtroom and a court. The people who purport to use law really use words of art. I had a family member attend virtual municipal court. Was given a ticket for no driver's license in spite of the fact he showed the ticket to the police officer. So when he gets in court, he goes to see the prosecutor. And let me tell you why he goes to see the prosecutor. Because he's in pro se status, which means he's a corporate ward of the state because he uses that birth certificate and that social security card. He gets to see the prosecutor, and the prosecutor asked him how was he going to plead. He said not guilty. The prosecutor took that same ID, that same driver's license, and ran it and told him his license was in good standing and he had a good driving record. Then the prosecutor had the audacity to say to my loved one, plead guilty, it'll make it easier. Make it easier on who? That's what I want to know. That's how we doing? Unscrupulous business practices? A virtual court date that if it was in person, I could have been sitting there right with him. And I think that's wrong. I understand you need money, but you can't do it that way. You cannot do it that way. So when he decided he didn't want to plead not guilty, he didn't want to plead guilty, they made him sit in virtual waiting room for 2 hours while he was at work. Now they're telling him he'll come back. For what? Because we don't go to trial. Because if there's no injured party, there is no trial. So what is he coming back for? Because he's still going to plead the same way that he did the 23rd. I went today to get to Oprah the video because it's recorded. I was told I may have to subpoena it. Why? Why? If you're not guilty, you're not guilty. And when he comes back next month, he's still not going to be not guilty. Plead guilty because it'll make it easier on who? This was a 25-year-old male who had never stepped foot in a courtroom, but was the only one not asked, have you ever been in a courtroom? Because I guess they assume we live in and out of courtrooms, but we don't. Tonight, I see you. I see the little games, the getting up, the sitting down. I see how it goes. Check and corporate counsel. I spoke to you. I called you to get some advice. You treated me like I was asking you for a favor. I don't need favors when I have favor. I was just looking for some advice, but then I had to remember you uphold the interest of the city of Paterson. So you weren't going to help me. There was nothing you could do to help me. But you made me feel like I was asking you for a favor. And if anybody in here knows me, I know how to get it done. I don't need favors. Check your court. Why is it still virtual? To tell him, plead guilty because it'll make it better? No. He's a single father with a child with special needs, and you're not going to get that $250. And you don't even have to show your driver's license or identify yourself to a police officer if you are not suspected of a crime. Check your courtrooms, because there's just as much fraud going on in the courtroom as it is here. A corporation. I stand here as flesh and blood, not an artificial person, because if you look up the business definition of person, it's artificial. And I'm here. It's almost over. Things are coming out, things are being exposed. What don't come out in the wash will come out in the rinse. Truth is coming out. And I don't know how long you think you're going to be able to continue these little corporate games. The city of Paterson is a business. That's why you got a chief financial officer. That's why you got a business administrator. That's why you got corporate counsel. Because this is business. And all we are is just a form of taxation. Your $19 million deficit will not be paid unlawfully through unscrupulous business tactics that's going on in that courtroom. Again, I tried to get the videotape, but I was told I may have to subpoena it. Maybe some of you can go look at it. Check your prosecutor.
Thank you, Victoria. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker,
Council
Mr.
President.
Rodney Addison.
Council President.
Addison, we are on public.
I know where we are, Council President. I have a question. So, an accusation such as this is very critical and detrimental.
We'll address
Council
that.
President, I have a
Councilman
question.
Jackson, we'll address the issue.
You can't answer my question if you don't allow me to ask the question.
You will have an opportunity to
No,
ask
I'm
the
taking the
question,
opportunity now.
Also answer.
I'm taking the opportunity now.
That's
I'm taking it, well,
that's not how you, Mr. Harrison.
then I guess you're going to be calling the police officers. I'm sorry. You're going to be calling the police officer to remove me because I'm not going to stop until my question is answered.
You are interrupting with the meeting.
No, I'm not.
You are interrupting with the meeting.
I'm not interrupting the meeting.
We are on the public portion. Mr. Harrison, you are the next speaker, madam.
I'm not interrupting the meeting.
Mr. Addison.
Brother Addison, if you give me a moment, please, I appreciate it.
Mr. Addison, you are out of order.
I'm not out of order.
You are out of order.
No, I'm not.
Point of
I'm not out of order. I'm not out of order.
You are out of order.
No.
You don't have the floor right now.
No.
You don't have the floor
I
right
have
now.
the concern of my constituents
Well,
at hand.
we will address
So as long as every meeting.
as usual,
we're not going to allow. We're not going to allow
residents
business as usual.
Of the public
Tonight,
portion.
I will not allow business as usual.
You are out of order.
I'm not. No, I'm not. As a council person that is duly elected by the public.
Yes, you are, but you are out of order. Like
As
you
a
said.
council person
Point of
duly
order.
elected.
Can I get a ruling on the point of order? He's out of. Yes, Madam Clerk.
As a council president.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
When it was
Madam
the last
Clerk. Madam Clerk. You need to stop it. You are out of order as well.
Sister Freeman, I got it under control.
He doesn't have the floor. He doesn't have to speak right now.
I do. Yes. So, Council President, respectfully, we're in the middle of public portion. So at the end of the session, we all have comments. So if we would just allow the public portion to continue.
Respectfully, Madam Clerk. Respectfully, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the interjection.
Yes, Yes, sir.
But I'm sure you will acknowledge through my tenure.
Councilman Jackson,
She-
you are
she said something to
interfering
me.
with me running the meeting right now.
I'm not.
You are
I'm
out of
not.
order.
I'm not.
There's a
I'm not.
point of order there.
So, Madam Clerk,
Madam Clerk,
respectfully,
she did her ruling already. She said it already.
respectfully, as you will acknowledge, through my tenure, that has not always been the practice. So, because he has chosen to make that the practice,
No.
it does not
that
give,
is-
it
that
does
is-
not
that is not
relinquish,
true.
it does not relinquish my right
She did the
as a
point of order
councilman.
already.
And I'm going to sit here and
Mr. Edison,
continue
please.
until the question is
Once
answered.
again, you are out of
I'm
order.
not out of
Councilman
order.
Jackson.
Okay.
You are out of, you know
I'm not out of
you are.
order.
You are doing it
I'm
on
not.
purpose. You
I
know
wanna
you
see
are.
you
You are
removed.
trying to create this chaos on purpose.
So again-
You know it. Mr. Edison, you are next.
I apologize, Brother Addison. Give me a moment.
Mr. Edison.
I'm going to continue until my question is answered. Because as a council person who represents members of the public,
Councilman Jackson.
I will continue until my question is answered.
There was a point of order.
Okay.
And she ruled it already.
And I
So we-
respect her perspective.
That's it. You don't have the floor right now. You
And
are
I'm gonna
speaking out of
continue
order. You are
until my
speaking out of
question is
order.
answered.
You are speaking out of order.
I'm going to
Again.
continue until my
Again,
question
you are
is
speaking
answered.
out of order. Once again.
And again, see, to the members of the public, the council president
this.
wants to pick and choose
Councilman
which
Jackson,
matters
you are in.
he wants to address.
Councilman Jackson, if
When
you
we have a resident come before this council and blatantly say that her family member was mistreated in Paterson
Yes,
Municipal Court,
yes,
that
agree.
deserves to be answered to
would
now.
definitely will
That
answer
deserves
it
to be
like we
answered to
always
right
do.
now.
And of
where's
the
the
public
video?
portion is simple as
If
that. In the
these
public portion,
items were recorded.
you could answer it. You could ask Corporation Council any question.
No, we're gonna have
You're
this
not
question
gonna, you're not
answered
gonna,
now.
I'm gonna take a
We're gonna have-
recess right now, Madam Clerk, for 5 minutes.
Take a recess.
For 5 minutes. Corporation Council, Madam BA, we're gonna take a recess. We're gonna
I'll
take a
sit here,
recess right
when
now.
you return from recess, I have the same question for when you return. I'll wait for you.
Just point of order, does that require a vote?
Point of order.
To vote?
No. He's suspending
Do we have
it.
to vote for that?
No. He just... Mr. President, are you... Mr. President, are you suspending it? Are you suspending the...
Yes, I'm suspending. Turn off the camera.
So let's do a motion to... Go take a 5-minute break.
We might come back, we might not come back.
All right, so let's do a motion to suspend.
5 minutes break.
Let's do a motion to suspend.
We take a 5
We're going to do a motion to suspend. So we have to do a motion to suspend.
We don't need to, there's no.
So we can't have any official business until it comes back home. If there was someone else, then we'd actually have to take a vote. Right now, we can't take any official
It's only
business.
4 of them, but I was telling him before he stepped out. So. We got-
I'm going back outside.
So, sis.
We are on public portion. Who's the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
It was Mr. Rodney Addison.
Mr. Addison?
Council President?
No, he said it's a 5-minute break, so we'll now
I
resume.
took a break. We are resuming the meeting. And we are on public hearing. Public portion. It was a timeout, yes. To get everything in order. Mr. Edison is the speaker now. Please continue. Any council member, you want to make a comment, suggestion, end of the public portion, you could speak, you could have the floor. Mr. Edison, please continue.
Council President?
End of the public portion, Councilman Jackson.
I don't have a comment. I don't have a comment. I have a concern. Concern that deals with city business.
Well,
We have a member of the public that came forward, that made a very serious
see?
accusation about a department that falls under our purview.
It was heard, definitely.
Okay.
I know, Madam
All right.
Secretary
So-
Sophia took a
so
note.
someone makes such an
We took a
accusation.
note, and like it's usual, every meeting, end of the public hearing, we address the concern of the citizen. Also, in the following week, we have it in writing. The answer to those questions, we have it in writing. So there's no point, I know, is on purposely, you're trying to interrupt the meeting, which is everybody see.
Council President,
Everybody see.
Council President, the
No,
public
co-
have been,
Miss-
the public
Mr.
has
Edison,
been waiting
please
3.5 hours. Let's let the public speak.
Mr. Edison, please,
Council
sir.
President, so once again, my concern is this.
So,
periodically, from time to time, when someone comes to the podium, their concerns are such as serious as nature as this, the council pauses often to make sure that these items are addressed. A woman just said, a prosecutor, again, Council President, you're interrupting what I'm
As
saying.
usually, you don't follow
A
law and
woman
order.
just said a prosecutor
Mr. Edison, please.
who is paid by the city of Paterson had given legal advice
One
and
second,
or
1 second.
persuasion
You are
Point of
to a
order,
young
Council,
person-
Council
Point-
President,
one
point of order.
to a young person.
Point of order again.
Councilman
once again-
Jackson, you asked for the floor, the council president told you no. Robert's Rules of Order, he controls who has the floor. You asked him for the consideration, he didn't give you
Abdulaziz,
consideration.
You're absolutely
Let the
correct.
public speak.
You're absolutely
you
correct.
don't have
So
the
now
Let
floor.
the public speak.
what's the next step? Maybe
He
the
did not
council
give you
president
the,
should have
he
you
did,
removed.
he did not give you the floor.
Maybe
We
the
know
council
you have the
president
point.
should
I
have
did
you
not
removed.
give you the floor.
And then
but
you ask,
like-
why do we leave? We're not here for this show.
Ah,
Let the
please.
public speak.
I'm not here
Mr.
for a
Edison.
show either. What I'm
Mr.
here
Edison.
because there's a
Mr.
possibility that Mr. Addison's concerns
Once
are
again, Councilman
as
Jackson,
gravely-
you don't have the floor. What part of that you don't understand? What part of that you don't understand? You like breaking rules, I guess. It's no.
Listen.
No, that we have
Council
an order.
President, I'm going to
We
let
have
the
an
public
order.
know if there's continued derailment of the public portion by members of this council, I will break quorum and there'll be no meeting and no public portion. Please, Mike.
I agree with you.
Councilman
I-
Jackson, allow the public to speak.
Okay, it's not.
Allow the
one
public
second,
to speak.
Councilwoman Cotton is here. You can go.
one
Dismiss
second.
yourself.
Councilman Abdulaziz,
Do what you
one
normally
second.
do and dismiss yourself.
1 second.
Councilwoman Cotton is here.
Now we have a public portion now, one by one.
So
Everybody
once
will
again,
come up, speak.
members of the public,
And the person who is
Mr.
interrupting
Farrar,
the public hearing
as you've been
is
coming here
Councilman
for many,
Jackson.
many years,
Councilman Jackson, you don't have the floor.
I've never seen it so
Councilman Jackson
disrespectful from the chair.
is,
I'm asking him to address the public's
It's not about
concern.
taking a poll. It's not about
I'm
taking a
asking him
poll
to
here.
address the public's
Councilman Jackson,
concern.
Councilman Jackson,
And
you
he
don't have the
doesn't
floor.
want to address the public's
Councilman
concern.
Jackson, you don't have the floor. Councilman Jackson,
I'm
you don't have
asking
the
him
floor.
to address the public's concern.
We'll address the public after the meeting as
He
usual.
can dismiss
Point of
himself.
order, point of order. Before we do anything, Council President, you owe the public an apology. That's
I
number
don't.
one.
I do not
Oh,
own
let
it.
me
You
finish.
Should, you should.
Let me finish.
One of the council members is you.
said that we
should
were going
apologize to the
into-
public
Council
for coming
President,
here on every
you
meeting.
said that-
you don't have the floor either, Council.
I took it. You
Councilwoman
said
Min, you
that
don't
we
have the
would be
floor
in a
either.
5-minute
Councilwoman Min,
recess.
Councilwoman, Councilman Mims, you don't have the
Council
floor
President,
either.
You
don't have
stated
the
to
floor.
the public
Point of order,
and
Councilwoman
turned
Means, you have the
off,
floor.
you turned off the television
Councilwoman
and said
Means,
that there was a 5-minute recess.
Nope.
You
Yep,
left
I
the
did.
public in disarray for
Councilwoman Means,
15
you don't have
minutes.
the- you don't
For
have the floor.
15 minutes, you
You
owe
are-
the public
you
an
are-
apology.
you are out of order as
You
well.
owe the,
You are out of
you
order
are out
as
of
well.
order because you can't
You are
control
out
the
of
meeting.
order.
You
It's
have to
purposely-
apologize for leaving the public in disarray for 13 minutes when
And-
you stated
and
as the leader
people-
they would be there for 5.
Council
You left you left a member of the audience standing at
council
the,
members,
at the
nobody has
podium.
the floor, only public, Mr. Edison has the floor, so you guys.
So
are
to the viewing
interrupting
public,
for
since he won't do it, we apologize on behalf of the lack of decorum that is going on here, where you had to sit and wait
is all
for
the
13
decorum,
minutes.
and
13
for the
minutes for the
record,
meeting to start.
all the
13
decorum and
minutes.
everything is incited by the
13
person
minutes.
who's talking.
13
It's always-
minutes.
Same thing.
I
every-
want to apologize
week,
to this
every
public,
week,
the viewing
every
public
week
and the
on
sitting
purpose.
public. I apologize to you. It
Madam-
was stated that you
Madam
would have,
Clerk,
we would have a
Councilwoman,
5-minute
you don't have the
recess.
floor. Once again, you don't have the
5-minute
floor.
recess,
You don't
and
have-
were
you are
waiting
out
for
of order
13
as-
minutes.
you are out of
So an apology
Madam
goes
Clerk,
out
you know,
to the public.
since this council member will not let me run the meeting, I am suspending the meeting for tonight. Okay? Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Since Councilman Jackson, even Councilwoman Mims, not letting me
Do
run
not
the
blame
meeting.
Councilwoman Mims
Yes,
because
did.
you can't run
Yes,
a meeting.
You did. You
Do
don't have
not
the floor.
blame Councilwoman
You're gonna-
Mims.
Yes,
Council
I
President.
will.
will not.
I will. You don't
Council
have the
President.
floor. You don't have the floor.
You will
keep
not.
speaking over me.
You will not blame
There's a
Council-
decorum.
Councilwoman
If there's no
Mims.
decorum between you guys,
Councilwoman
what's gonna happen?
Mims, Councilman Jackson. Council President.
We have to have a motion to
Just a minute.
suspend the
You
meeting.
cannot blame Mims for that.
We don't need a motion.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, yes.
Yeah, Council President.
I'm not letting anybody.
Correct. Council Mims, Councilwoman Mims, Council President, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mims. I will appreciate,
Well,
if it's possible,
it's pretty clear.
if it's possible.
I'm done.
Let the
I'm
public
done.
finish, and then we can address.
I
the
gave you
concern.
$300. I gave you the money. I gave you the money.
See.
I gave you money.
All right, you
I gave
suspended?
you money.
Officers,
Officers what? Officers what? Officers what?
well, you don't have no rules, man. You don't have no
Officers what?
rules.
It's-
You don't have no rules.
This is. Mr. Edison, can you, what? Thank you. That's all I want. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for. Is as usual every meeting, we hear the public portion.
Justice.
Everyone. Can I have everyone attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention, please?
Council President.
Can I have everyone's attention, please?
Council President.
Can I have everyone's attention,
Council
please?
President.
Can I have everyone's attention, please?
Council President.
No, I want
Madam
everybody's attention. Stop it. Everybody, stop it right
Can I
now.
have everyone's
What are
attention,
we
please?
doing? What are we doing?
Can I have everyone's
What are we
attention,
doing?
please?
Sister Black, we good. We good.
We are family.
Justice.
May I have everyone attention, please? Can I have
Chanel.
everyone attention, please? Can I everyone's attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Okay. That's what I'm trying to do. One second. Everyone, please. Everybody has the opportunity every week to speak in front of the council. But look what's going on. We have to go through every week. Everybody has their opportunity. And you get your answer end of the meeting. Council members answer you. Also corporation council. Mr. Edison, everyone, please, when is your turn to speak, please come in. You will call your name, come in front of the microphone and speak. Thank you. Mr. Edison, please. Yes, Mr. Edison.
So
I think if you start speaking, everything will come down.
Turn his microphone.
Sorry. Yes, he's on. Microphone is on.
Thank you. Then was our word.
Thank you. Is it on? Not on.
Mr. Addison.
It's working. It's on.
How you doing, Paterson? Rodney Addison, here representing the Paterson Juneteenth. How you doing, Paterson?
Can you give him some volume, please?
How you doing, Paterson?
Ryan?
Rodney Addison, First Ward, here representing the Paterson Juneteenth Committee. I just want to do a quick recap and appreciation for those who turned out and how the event went. It was phenomenal. It's going to be better next year, but I want to get right to my point in terms of my dismay of how it started, and particularly with DPW. And just know I sent emails to the BA, the mayor, and every other people who need to have that on hand. So it was no services rendered by DPW at all. I was hoping Billy would hang around, but it kind of got a little late for him. No trash bags, the stalls were filthy, the grass was not cut, no generators, no workers. Even yet, about 2 hours into our event, a DPW rode his lawnmower through our church service and almost hit an 8-year-old girl. And then gets off the lawnmower and has an argument with one of my committee members over in the back, aggressively harassing her until I stepped in. So he would not identify himself. I don't take kindly to that. So if you can, check that, please, because he took something from her that she probably can't get back, a peace of mind. And I felt as though I failed her as her committee head because I couldn't do nothing about it. We got a generator. We're very resourceful, our community. We got our own trash bags. We cleaned up your park. But to the fact that what he did, no respect. So as y'all are his authority figures, and especially Billy, who will not return my phone calls. I have not spoken to him yet. And just so you know, I canceled the check. You ain't getting no money from me. And I actually want that check back. Please and thank you. And I will be expecting an apology from DPW, the city of Paterson, and all authorities above in the administration to apologize to Ms. Raven Robinson. She deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edison. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Joseph Hart.
Good evening.
This is my first time here. I used to watch this on TV, guys complaining and all this stuff. But it's all bullshit, And my concern, I hate downtown Paterson. I was born here 1961. August the 24th. So I live all the goddamn hoods, the projects, I'm still called Fifth Ave. I live all that shit. That's what interests me. You know what interests me? You need to get the parking thing right. You need to paint that shit yellow again when these assholes don't know how to park there. Because it's like, Paterson like said, we don't give a fuck about people that's disabled and shit. That's fucked up. Maybe I'm pissed off I lost my job in 29 years with Capizio because that goddamn COVID government bullshit. So I ain't been right ever since then. And I'm trying to think, I'm on so much medication, it ain't funny. But I take day by day. Everybody says, how you doing? I'm taking day by day. It sucks. Why I hear people complain about this and that? I don't know what's going on. But I know Paterson is bullshit. You don't give a damn about the New Jersey Transit buses, especially on Ellison Street. I want to see one of the buses plowing all them cars out of the way. They ain't supposed to be parked there. You know, if Joe White was still around, downtown was his territory. That must write you a ticket up into your asshole. Anybody that knows him. And then there used to be another motorcycle cop, Willie Roy. We need to bring that back. You don't park where you're not supposed to park. And especially by the damn Chase Bank, too. On the sidewalk? How's somebody supposed to get through that shit? If I be in a wheelchair, God forbid, I'm cutting right through that shit. That's it. That's all I got to say. Adios, amigos.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Joel Keys, please.
Mr. Keys.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Joel Keys, Jr., Paterson. The key term for this speech is meritocracy, which means everybody has an equal opportunity to succeed and no one gets ahead due to favoritism or any other unfair advantage. Everything is fair and equal. Anyone who works hard will be rewarded with success. The only reason anyone will fail is that they didn't work hard enough. You will also hear this term used in the context of meritocratic. Finally, two neo-Marxist theorists in this speech consider meritocracy a myth. One in Great Britain, the other the United States. Here it goes. In the United States, the political and economic system is capitalism, and it consists of the construct of various institutions of which all contain the same values. Dr. Leonard Jeffries described those values as follows, quote, "It is the ICE, individualism, competition, and exploitation," unquote. Individualism, competition, and exploitation are the values of every institution in the United States. And in this mission to bring democracy to Paterson, all three of these values can be problematic, but we'll focus on exploitation. It is important to note that in every institution of capitalism, the main objective is to make a profit. Critical theorist and psychoanalyst Eric Fromm affirms, quote, "When you combine the goal to make a profit with the value of exploitation, the result is corruption," unquote. Neo-Marxist Louis Althusser, whose theory is structural Marxism, examined the educational system in Great Britain and concluded, quote, "Education was preparing students for a life of exploitation," unquote. He also stated, quote, "Education produces the dominant ideology of the ruling class, often referred to as hegemony. This ensures that future workers are docile and submissive rather than challenging any inequality in society," unquote. Neo-Marxist sociologist Pierre Bourdieu recognized similar circumstances involving education and class inequality in the United States. And he asserts, quote, "No institution does more to ensure the reproduction of class relations than education. Social reproduction then essentially consists of the reproduction of stratified hierarchical relations that deflect or resist calls for radical change by those positioned in dominated positions in social space, unquote. Bordeaux further explains the psychodynamics of class exploitation through the institution of education in the United States. He avers, quote, misrecognized as a meritocratic institution that rewards individual aptitudes over hereditary privileges, the educational system maintains the pre-existing social order, unquote. In concurrent with Bordeaux's point about the deception of meritocracy in the United States, Althusser describes the same phenomenon in Great Britain and contends, quote, education reproduced and legitimized inequality by simultaneously promoting the ideas of meritocracy while placing barriers in the way of working class students achieving. This myth of meritocracy suggested that working class students did not achieve because they didn't work hard enough, rather than accepting that success was blocked by many cultural and material factors, unquote. Finally, Bordeaux elaborates on Althusser's point about the poor being manipulated into legitimizing an otherwise illegitimate system of exploitation. He stated, quote, typically, this requires that dominated social groups sanction the legitimacy of the existing system of relations, thus perpetuating their own domination, unquote. The function that this value of exploitation serves in manipulating the poor through the institution of education is replicated in the institution of politics. And that is why it is of paramount importance that you and I organize and mobilize so that we can resist this deadly value of exploitation and bring democracy to Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Ms. Hafiza Freeman.
Ms. Freeman.
We could, and like I said, we could talk after.
Thank you.
Jalen, I'm cutting you a courtesy because you family, but check yourself. Check yourself.
Miss Freeman. Miss Freeman. Miss Freeman.
Anyways, I wanted to welcome you back, Mike Jackson, and welcome you back, Miss Jacqueline. We miss you guys, and I do apologize. I wanted to extend my condolences to you, Mike Jackson, for the recent loss of your niece.
Thank you.
Jalen, could you please be quiet because I'm talking? I'm talking and you being very disrespectful. Yo, I'm trying to. March 3rd, 2023 will forever be a day that I won't forget. It's because on this day, my friend Najee Seabrooks, may he rest in peace and paradise, had his life stolen away from him by Paterson police. This grave injustice led to me taking a stance by being more proactive in the place I was born and raised. Najee's death will never be in vain as long as I'm at the helm. Not only did I lose a friend, but I lost someone that I truly love. Someone that I can no longer call on, hug, or see to see another day, because the justice system is targeted towards individuals that look like me. We have been facing this grave injustice for what seems like forever. Time and time again, another body is placed in the morgue as a result of justice being served. But how is murdering someone in cold blood because you wear a badge justice?
In the eyes of our oppressors, we are seen as nothing but savages and monsters that need to be extinguished, gone, nullified. Since when did we stop seeing one another as just individuals instead of by the color of our skin? It's been nothing but black and white. When will we realize that nothing is just black and white? When will we stop treating one another so inhumanely? Because that's what was done to my friend. In his moment of weakness and crisis, he was met with multiple gunshots. What person deserves that, especially when he wasn't causing harm to no one but himself? Najee needed a saving grace, but I guess that's what he got, to finally be at peace, away from this wretched world. Look at what we're doing to one another and then pretending that there isn't a problem. It's only a matter of time before someone else we know and love will be snuffed out in the same manner, because we failed to not only stop it, but prevent it from happening in the first damn place. We talk about the ones who make it out, but what about the ones who don't? Are they suddenly forgotten? Does our city take them and swallow them up to never be heard from again? Because that's what it seems like. We glorify the good but are silent for the bad. Our hands are bathed in blood of the lost, the forgotten, and the mistreated. And we just wipe our hands and clean and toss the towel in the trash. Because at least we got tomorrow, right? Until the city claims our next victim and the never-ending cycle begins again. Our only salvation is to break the cycle and restore our town from the ashes and to be born anew. The only way this happens is with change. We need to stop focusing on problems when they arrive, but prevent them from even occurring in the first place. See a need, fill a need. It's as simple as that. But in order to achieve this, we need to work in unison. We need a CCRB. We need Paterson Healing Collective, we need the City Council, and we need the Police Department all working in tandem to give Paterson a brighter future in hopes that there will never be another Najee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Durham.
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey. Well, I came up here to do my announcements, but changed my mind a little bit. Just want to talk to the people that's in here. Everything, we have a problem with someone in our community, especially the black community. We don't always have to come on camera. We could put the person to the side and talk it out. Now, if you want to fight out, go into the corner and do what you got to do. But everybody don't have to know what we do. Every other community, they talk out. They don't bring their stuff on camera. And just like I had an incident in the hallway with some living legends. You ain't gonna see that on camera. We talk it out, yeah, but you won't hear it on camera. What I'm trying to say is, whoever have a problem with a leader in the black community, don't bring it to this microphone. Let's talk it out. Let's go in the hallway and talk it out like grown folks. Everything don't have to be on camera. We have to respect one another, because at the end of the day, we're trying to build the black community. That's it. We're trying to build. Look at every other community. I'm not hating on the Spanish community. They doing good. The Arabic community, they building. Okay? And some of y'all don't see me. Y'all don't see me. We don't see eye to eye, but guess what? It's all good. Let's talk it out, and let's get this community strong like it was back in the 70s and 80s. It's going to take, yes, it's going to take unity, and it's going to take prayer. Let's put God in the midst, and let's build. We don't always have to let everybody know our business. Let everybody know that we beefing. Let's beef behind the scene. And then when we come together, let's make that money and build. That's how you do things. That's how you do it. That's all I have to say. I hope the young woman had heard me. If you got any problem with the leaders, go in the hallway or wait till the council meeting's over, and let's talk it out. We have a preacher woman right here, Lisa Mims, Councilwoman Lisa Mims could lead y'all how y'all could do this. You know what I'm saying? She could start off with prayer. Then y'all could talk it out. That's right. She could pray. She could pray them devils out of you. Amen. Because it's not you. It's just an evil spirit trying to take over and trying to destroy the black community. We have to come together. Okay? Like I said, I don't see eye to eye with a lot of people, but I respect authority. God bless y'all. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Camille Black.
Ms. Black.
She's here.
I came down here for two reasons. I don't know if y'all realize July 2nd gonna be a year and a half. There's still no answers for Felix family, and it's sad. Council President, I'm gonna say this to you. It's about to be over with you, but you has been a horrible council person. You act like a little baby, and it's sad. You need to grow up, seriously. My other issue, last Tuesday I was here, Velez, I said to you, why do you think that you're above the law? After the council meeting, multiple days, he has continued to park in front of the fire hydrant. I don't understand why he can do what he want to do. Everybody else's cars are ticketed and towed just so this man can have a parking spot when he get home. Why is that? Then you sent the landlord to my house. When you play with where I live at, we got a serious problem. And like you said about the parking, the police is here because of the illegal parking. You're the first person they should come for. But you got to bond with them, and it's sad. That's why nobody don't trust the police department. Y'all pick and choose who y'all want to help, and it's crazy. I would never call the police. I would actually go out of town to get help. I don't trust none of y'all. None of y'all. And it's sad. And another thing, how them babies was out there today in the pouring down rain, and the mayor was under a tent, is disgusting. And y'all the same people that voted for Heathcliff Stadium, y'all praise that shit, but the way them babies was out there today is disgusting. And if it was one of y'all kids, it wouldn't have been like that. Y'all would have made sure that they was protected and dry. When it comes to the brown community, once again, it's always we're forgotten about. A lot of shit need to change, and a lot of y'all need to get the fuck out of the motherfucking seats, because all y'all do is collect the fucking money. And I know, you turn your head now with disrespect. I'm sick of y'all. And it's time for y'all to give the De Jesus family some attention and some fucking answers. Because enough is a fucking enough. The mother, if y'all see her, y'all don't even recognize her. Y'all don't give the family no acknowledgement. Mims, you gave them a $500 check, I understand that, but at the same time, they need answers, they need closure. It's birthdays going past, it's holidays going past. This family is hurting. And anybody that's a mother and love their kids, a father that love their kids, y'all heart should be fucking broken. That's not even my family, but it's nice I can't even fucking sleep, because you know why? I see the mother crying. Her health is fucking deteriorating. Y'all need to step y'all game up. Enough is a fucking enough. And Velez, like I said last week, that 8-year-old boy that you almost hit going down the runway, you're gonna kill somebody else. It's only so long that this city can fucking protect you. Okay? Enough is enough. You keep shaking your head, but I got all the fucking videos right here. I'm gonna download them and upload them so we can stand up here with the pictures. Okay? So don't keep shaking your head. And then you got your fiance as well with the white car with the PA plates that parked there too. She should have been changed her plates. She in New Jersey now. You do a lot of illegal bullshit. You can
Miss
smile and you
Black,
can laugh all you want to, but like Mims told you,
Miss Black,
every
please,
lawsuit
please.
in this city,
Miss
that,
Black.
y'all, and I'm suing the fuck out of you
Miss-
for
Miss-
you having
Miss
that
Black,
landlord
please
come and
wrap it up.
harass me. Council
Your time.
President, kiss my ass. Kiss my ass.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is
Madam
Ms.
Clerk.
Crystal Garcia.
Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. You are interrupting the meeting. Please have a seat. Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker. If I am, look, yes, I will. If I have to, I will. Please, please, your time is up. Please, Miss Garcia, please come up, Miss Garcia. Can you please, you are interrupting the public portion. Officer, can you remove her, please? Please. I'm respectfully asking you to just leave, let the next speaker come. She should, I'm just asking her respectfully to, her time is up. So you want to come here, make a show?
She's being disorderly.
Your time is up. Please have a seat or go outside. Your time is up, please. Maybe you should care. That's how you act with your kids. That's how you speak. It speaks volume. You speak volumes, how you speak, how we act with others, it speaks volume. Officers, she's interrupting the meeting. She needs to move. We need to have the next speaker. That's next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker. That's the next speaker. I don't have answer. I don't have answer.
Oh my God.
Officer, can you remove her?
Council President.
Well, Corporation Council, Madam Clerk, it's pretty clear. Some member of the community, some of them interfering with the meeting. They're not letting me continue with the meeting. What should I do? I'm looking to suspend the meeting.
Okay. You want to suspend the meeting?
Well,
Okay.
Corporation Council, I am suspending the meeting. I'm suspended it. It's pretty clear. Some of the council, it's pretty clear. It is pretty clear. Some of the council member in it too. I'm trying to have a meeting. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. Next speaker. You don't want, okay, that's fine. Corporation, Madam Clerk,
Okay.
I'm suspending the meeting.
All right,
It's
one
final.
minute. Mr. President, the next speaker is there.
So next speaker you're gonna make somebody else do the same thing?
Miss Garcia?
Council President, she already moved.
Go home. Go home. We still have a quorum. We still have a quorum. He doesn't have the authority to just end the meeting.
Okay, then if you want to run the meeting, you run the meeting.
Council President. Council President. Turn on the microphone for her.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia. You are out of line. You know it. Ms. Garcia, please, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia, you have the floor. You have the floor, Ms. Garcia.
Bitch ass. You always calling for the cops. What they gonna do? Kill me too?
Ms. Garcia, please.
I'm next to die.
Yes, she's on. Ms. Garcia, please.
510 days, and we still have no answers. It's gonna be a year and a half that our loved one has been missing. This is our second birthday that we will be going through without him. Corporation Counsel, you told me to Oprah the information of the GPS of the officers. I mean, I think you knew a little better what was gonna be my response,
but I still haven't gotten a response to even give it to you back in writing. But I'm pretty sure we both know the answers. They're gonna try to hit me with 90 days, everything is erased after 90 days, which is wrong, because if there was an open investigation, you may have been closed, there may have been 2 investigations. An IA investigation and a missing persons, because there's 2 different investigations. But there's no way that you can conclude one if one led to another. You have to keep both open, because you still have a person that has not been found. And if it if it has been in the river, if there is a body in the river, nothing has risen, nothing has came up. So you have to give us some type of answer. These officers should have never been back on duty then until we found something. There's no way that you have concluded with your investigation if we still don't have a body. That makes absolutely no sense. This is absurd already. It's unheard of. People don't just get swallowed by the dirt or the river, or like, it's obvious because there's many connections. Somebody knows something. With the times that we live in, even with the damn reward that we have out and nobody say nothing, let me tell you something. People was dying for $1,200 on the street with a gun to their head, because it's just how we're living, the times we're living. So nobody has said nothing with $50,000. I'm so confused. The job was just done too fucking good. Let's be honest, okay? It was done too well. It is an inside job. Somebody knows something. Those officers should have never been allowed. Had they not been and did the wrong procedures or knew the right protocol, he would still be here with us. He may not be in the conditions that we may want him, but damn it, we got him. We don't have nothing now, not an answer. We barely got fucking questions at this point, because every question we have exhausted. It almost don't even make any sense. There's no amount of money, there's no amount of anything in this world that you can bring to just have no answers. To know that somebody died, you have a body, you lived it, your everything, like you have your moment there. We haven't had nothing. Absolutely nothing. We're just stuck in a limbo. The other day, you guys went out to go get a goddamn car in the river. How the hell you ain't in there fishing for a goddamn body? It don't make no sense. Talking about all the weather, all the tides is high, all this, all that. Man, these people get trained for that. They got fucking equipment for that. We got money. This fucking city is rich. You can make it look poor as hell. It look poorer than Fairlawn and Elma Park and all the other nice towns. But god damn it, we got money. Let's put it into where it belongs. You should be fishing for the damn body, not a fucking car. We just need some type of answers. If you could get me the response to the Oprah, it's been past over 14 days. The last time they told me I was going to have an answer in 14 days was the 6th of June. I think we passed that already.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
Mr. Teague.
Flip it around. Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street. We are still here seeking justice for the family of Felix De Jesus. This is Felix's mother. Now, I haven't been here the past couple of weeks because I had a procedure that I told people in the community, but the fight for Felix never ends. You have to understand the difference between, here's the thing. You have some council members that want peace, but then you have some council meetings that just want us to be quiet. You got to understand the difference between them asking for peace and them just asking for quiet. We don't mind peace, but we're not going to be quiet, because this family still doesn't have justice. I want you guys that are watching to pay attention. Watch how the meeting went tonight. When God is in the midst of anything, you're not going to have that kind of confusion. People will respect you because they'll see the light shining from you. Problem is, they don't feel anything coming from that side but darkness. And the darkness that they feel coming from that side is trickling over to this side. So if you see aggression on this side, it's because it's coming from that side.
Agreed.
I've been coming to these council meetings over 20 years, and I have never seen it like it is now. It's never descended to this level, because when the council was here, they would make sure that the public understands that the council respects the public and wants to hear what the public has to say. Even if that means setting the book aside for a minute and trying not to be so technical all the time when the public is here to speak. Or ignoring them. You still have an election coming up next year. I hope you guys are really paying attention to what's going on in these council meetings. I know we have fireside chats and we on and off social media talking about how bad things are. You guys are constantly reaching out to me saying how bad things are in the city. And it's true. But it has to be reflective when it's time to vote. I understand you made deals with some of the politicians and you're bound to them and you have to vote for them no matter what, because they gave you something that they could get you in trouble if you turn on them. But at some point you got to face your karma and say, you know what, this is wrong. I can't keep supporting this person. This is why things are happening right now. Folks, if nothing changes, nothing changes. You cannot expect something different from the same group. That's insane to begin with. You cannot expect anything different in the second 4 years that you didn't get in the first 4 years from that administration. You actually think the second 4 years or the third set of 4 years is going to be any different than the first set of 4 years? That man is getting himself geared up to run for Congress. He couldn't give two damns about Paterson. Everything he's doing, the national landmark, Hinchliffe Stadium, that stuff's not for Paterson. He don't care what, that has nothing to do with Paterson residents. That has everything to do with him running for Congress. Let's talk about it. It ain't got nothing to do with Paterson. So let's stop having these discussions about these little things that he's doing around here and focus on the big picture. He just wants to get to Congress. And the Attorney General coming into Paterson, that hurt his effort to run for Congress. Because when the state has to come in, that means you can't handle your police department. We still have this issue with Felix de Jesus missing. Been a lot of celebrations. There have been a lot of street namings. There's been a whole lot of everything, but no answers for this family. And I personally don't care who don't like me or who like, that doesn't matter to me. All that matters is that this family gets answers. And we gonna continue to get, hey look, you see what we got. You see we have a lieutenant here who's not afraid of anybody. I may be a little more polished, that's what it is, but we got a lieutenant here who can take care of any light work that needs to be taken care of. And as you can see, no police officer walked up to her. Put that on the record. Because they'll be famous. We have millions of viewers, they'll be famous. Absolutely. All right. We want justice for Felix, and we're going to keep going until we get it.
Thank you.
That's right.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Chanel Fields.
Ms. Fields.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I wasn't going to get up, but I would like to apologize to this entire council and to the business administration, to the clergy that's here, and to everyone here. That is not the nature of my character. I do not like lies. I want to give some credence because oftentimes people that are home, they see us in one light. We're not a bunch of niggas. We are black people that are upset. We are black people that are tired, that are sick and tired of being sick and tired. When it comes down to the parking tickets that Ms. Griffin, many of you have seen us representing her. Myself, I have come forth, Mr. Leroy's here tonight, and I've come forth for Jalen, I've come forth for Mr. Leroy on their behalf with regard to the parking tickets. As it stands, I just want to clear up the air for the people at home and the people here. Donations were made by Shifa Pharmacy in the amount of $300 on behalf of Jalen, which was handed to Jalen in her hand to pay for the tickets. Her parents work for the city, so there was a conflict of interest with her parents working for the city, so the tickets were moved to Passaic, and some of the tickets remained in Paterson. The remaining donations that she's referring to was personal money from myself and Councilman Jackson that was to be given to Jalen. But when Jalen took the liberty, some of you know on last week, to swing at me 3 times, no one's gonna give you their money if you're swinging on them. So I just wanna clear up the atmosphere for my outbursts, because I'm not like that, but I hate lies, and sitting here in this council chamber and just letting things rock out and slide, we can't do that no more. 2023 is the year of exposure. It's the year of exposure. And we need bold people like myself that's gonna expose the nonsense. I'm sick of it. I've been helpful. I'm a part of the village. We are the village. We commune together. We stand together. And we have to stay together. But when we see stuff that's not true, we can't be afraid to expose the lies. All right? I have love for Jalen. I have love for Jalen's family. But I'm not going to sit here and continue to stomach lies. I'll help anyone. Ms. Ruby, you guys know I will give my last dollar, the shoes off my feet, to make sure people are good. But I don't reward bad behavior, not even as a parent. All right? So I just want to set the record straight. I love you all. God bless you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Arnaldo Cotti. Arnaldo Cotti. Kim Brown.
Queen Brown? She left.
Bilal Hakim.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You know, it's always nice to come to the council meeting, and I really appreciate the many voices that come to the microphone speaking truth to power, you know, and being unafraid. What I wanted to say is that, if I may just go here a minute, as you all know, Director Dave Gilmore was, there was fabricated charges launched against him over 18 months ago, where he was fired from his job, and the courts have ruled, you know, him to be reinstated with back pay, round 1, and, you know, federal case against the city for defamation of his character. Now, he's scheduled to go back tomorrow. I came down specifically to address this and maybe 2 more issues. He's scheduled to go back tomorrow. Now, the courts found that the woman who made the allegations to be a liar. A liar. Councilman Luis Velez, you had mentioned you were giving numbers to people when they talked about levels of corruption. I want to say this here. Here this lady has lied. It's been proven in a court of law. Why is that lady still working? Yeah. That's one question. I want to know, somebody answer me in this goddamn chamber today. Why is that lady still working? Not only that, why is that lady not moved from the Department of Community and Development when Director Gilmore is scheduled to go back tomorrow? So who you pointing? Who you say you pointing? Who? I want to know who.
That's an administrative decision. It's not.
Yeah, I want to.
Let him finish
I
his
want to
statement.
know how in the world can she still lie? She's a liar. Cost the city money and gonna cost the city even more money. More money. It seems that, you know, because it's not your personal money, you know, you don't mind having lawsuits. That lady should not be working for the city of Paterson at all. I had her name here. I was trying to find that. I can't remember her name right now. That lady, that liar should not be there. She's a damn liar, a pathological liar. and she's a liability for the city of Paterson. And you talk about not levels of corruption. The other thing, just grant me a little bit more time, Council President. Councilman Velez, and I want to speak directly to you about this here. This family, come up here. This family's been going through this here over a year. Now, somebody came in here, screamed out some obscenity to you, I know that, and you got a little upset.
Who is that?
And then I seen you come out of your chair where you sitting there right there when it was standing there, and you walk all the way around here to go all the way around there corporate council. What? Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I'll go explain you later.
No, listen. Don't do that to antagonize the people. You have a great deal of discipline, man. To stand there and he doing that. I laud myself to have discipline, but I don't know if I would have tolerated that right there. Like you walked up like you was trying to antagonize. Don't do that and then come right back around. And I seen that done before in these chambers by other officials. You don't antagonize a situation. They're already in some pain. When you could have very easily got up from that seat right there where you're at and walked right into Ayman Abushi, the corporate counsel. Please don't do that. The last thing that I'm going to say is, and I'm digressing from what I want to talk about. Mr. Addison, Rodney Addison, they did a phenomenal job. All the people that was there with them, that whole committee, is proud of them, man, what they did there, you know what I mean? But to hear that young lady that's a part of the committee, was treated so poorly by one of the people that work for a department that I work for has disturbed me and upset me. And I told them we're going to find out who that person is, because that person definitely needs to be addressed. Found out everything that he said, that transpired there, because we sent some pictures of the porta potties that was really terrible up there. But that's all I really have to say on the day. Why is that lady still there? You don't have to answer now. I need to know. And then Mike Powell is resigning. He's going to work for the developer. So when we talk about the corruption, it's serious corruption, man, going on in the city.
Thank you.
And I hope that since the Attorney General is here, will recognize that it's more than just the police department.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Xavier Harris. Xavier Harris.
Xavier Harris, Paterson. First off, I want to say justice for Najee and for the Felix De Jesus family who's standing behind me. Time and time again, we come to the podium and voice concerns and tell you guys how you should do your job. This time I plan on doing something different. We tell you what to do often, but I'd rather tell you what not to do. Councilman Al, something you should not do is be known as the person who is never around. As seen right now, he's not sitting in his seat. He's never here. So it doesn't matter if you have one constituent or you speak on behalf of 2,600. If you're not here, you're unreliable. Councilwoman Cotton, please try not to drag out or prolong conversations to the public or to your peers, because it often gets seen as time wasting. Although you may care and you want to get your point across, we would rather you get your point across in a timely manner so we don't stand and sit here all day listening to the same repeated comments or remarks that are previously said. Councilwoman at large, Ms. Davila, don't pick sides or team up with people because you may dislike or have petty beefs with another council person. Keep your problems. Don't take it out on the people. Councilman Jackson, please don't stop pointing out the injustice and the hindering of the process. Although you may seem like you're the only one who cares, we know others care, even though they may not tend to stand on the same side of the fence that you are on. Just don't stop. Keep fighting, and it's not going unseen. Council President, please don't rush or hurry the process of the public. Don't rush us off the mic. Don't hurry us up. Don't please thank you every comment or wrap up every issue that someone has. Please also try not to sit hopelessly in a position of power and pick and choose when and when not to bang your gavel or show your authority. Please don't stand or grandstand the public in any form or fashion, meaning just because you have council president above your name doesn't mean you're bigger and better than anyone else in the room. Councilman Mendez, please don't be a yes man to the president, not the mayor, not your other peers, or any other constituent. If you believe in something, stand on it. Don't display absence of a spine or a backbone because you're not liked or maybe you're disliked in certain situations. Councilwoman at large, Ms. Mims, don't stop giving wisdom, don't stop fighting, don't stop trying to make the city a better place. Your actions do not go unseen. Councilman Uden, don't give up the effort to display both logic and common sense every time you speak. The people see it, we notice it. You're doing a great job. We applaud you. Whew. Councilman Velez,
Go ahead.
don't provoke, entice, or anger the public with your actions, your words, or any other displays of anything that you choose to do. There are children watching at home with their parents. There's children that may be here for some time in the room. It's about etiquette and how you do things. It's about the time you do things, how you choose to do them. It's just an appearance. You're sitting in a place, in a position that is being watched live. It's being recorded on social medias. Please don't choose to show ill manner or disrespect in any form or fashion in the public eye. And to everyone sitting on the side of me,
What's his name?
please try not to, I'm not sure how to say this in a, I don't want to get anybody upset. Okay, I got it. It's about how you do things. You may disagree with another person's actions or something they say. It's a time and place for everything. It's like we all come here for a purpose. So to be waiting behind the person and they derail the whole process of why we're sitting here in the seats, it doesn't help. We all come here to help the city. So when we argue amongst each other and we argue amongst the council, we're not doing anyone a favor, no one sitting on this side or that side. It's just like, I feel like everyone could do better. And I try to pride myself on, I went over the time this time, but I try to pride myself on timing and speaking how I say it, what I say, because that's what it's about. In the public eye, you're being viewed by people older than you, so you have to show respect. You're being viewed by people younger than you, so you have to show manner. So I just feel like everybody could do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kimi. I am unable to decipher the second. Is it Kimi Freeman? Kimi Freeman.
to start yet, right? Okay. Kimmy Freeman, Paterson, New Jersey, resident of Paterson for 62 years. I came here because today, the HUD Development Improvement Program, they granted us the $15,000 to fix our house that we paid for already. We paid taxes on this house for 32 years. When the guys came today, and I have a background at PSE&G, you know, the streets and everything, I've done all that. I made sure they was gonna do it right. My house is 120 years old. I have a 6-inch main pipe for my house. The one thing I have a problem with is when the engineer, and I have a background in engineering, he said they don't have a control valve on the 6-inch pipe. They cut out the cast iron pipe, they put the PVC pipe, they fixed whatever's there. When I asked about the control valve, oh, we can't do that. They done tore my front lawn up, which I don't mind because the government is supposed to give me $15,000. The pipe costs $11,000. On the form, I put $4,000 to get my sidewalk fixed. 2 weeks ago, I went down to these suckers, because you know I don't play. I went down to them and said, where is the sidewalk contractor that we put on the form that you approved? Where's my sidewalk? They didn't have an answer. That's unacceptable. As a taxpayer in the 3rd Ward, we pay $13,200 a year, which comes out to $1,100 a month. I want my sidewalk, which is $4,000. I put in the form $4,500. I did some of the work myself, but I called my boys at PSE&G to do it. But it's through HUD. It's federal money. It's not Paterson's money. And here's what I'm gonna say, because I don't have enough time to talk about what's going on Broadway with the excessive police force out there. Guys, I've been to South Africa. I've been to Israel. I've been to Palestine. I've been to war zones. That's what we come to in Paterson. And the worst part about it is, you got all these police out here, right? And it's terrible with Seabrook and everything else, and what they did to Felix. I don't trust the police either. They could have killed me. But now I'm not afraid no more. And my thing is, all right, if that lady was up here and you call the police on them, you're not calling the police on black people no more, especially black women. As a former Black Panther, I'm not playing no more. And since you want to kill people like that, I'm not playing no more. I don't care about dying. And too many police. Too many police. I lived in the 4th Ward my whole life. Vera was the best that ever did. And she called on her soldiers to fight this fight. I'll wait till the next meeting to say what I gotta say. But I'm very disappointed. 4th Ward, worst ward in Paterson, forever. Vera's the only one that did it right, and she called her troops. What is going on now, you're not calling the people that can help you because you want to keep getting a check. You want to get that pension. You're not doing the damn job. You're not doing the job. I don't see you nowhere, except at church things or special interest stuff. I worked in school 6 my whole life. I lived, you know what I'm saying? I lived in the 4th Ward my whole life. I'm one of those kids. And even though their parents are effed up, and the politicians are effed up, you gotta do something. You can't continue to get a check. And then, some politicians want to come back so they get their pension, because you want to get the 20 years in. I know all about it. You know I know all about it. And next time I come here, I'm not gonna pull no punches.
Thank you, Mr.
All right? And I'm gonna support Brother Rucker, because I know he can do the damn job.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Keith Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Keith
He-
Watson.
He left. Next speaker?
Sonia Dill.
Hi, good night.
Good evening.
Is this evening? Whatever it is. I'm living across the street, 55 Church Street, and I'm here also to complain about the parking problem that we've been having. I mean, it's really pressuring. The rent is very expensive. They have the parking lot and they charge so much for it. We can't really afford to be parking there. We park on the street, they give us tickets. I have over 17 tickets here. And yeah, and it's not really easy. The next thing I want to talk about is the rent issue, because I've called the rent board about them and they say they can't do anything. I mean, every year they raise the rent, $75. I don't get that for my salary. I don't get any raise like that. And you have to pay $225 every year for leasing, renewal, for what I don't know. And what else do I have to pay? There's so much things that you have to be doing. And I really don't think that it is fair on people. You can't even move because it's not that there's no apartments around, but it's not, you can't afford them. And if you're working over $1,000, you're considered that you cannot get help from the government. It is such a hard tax. There's nobody to turn to and there's no help. And, you know, coming just to say something and, you know, somebody brush it off, and people are really it's really difficult, especially when you are single. It's really difficult when you're single and you have to go on with all these things. And nobody to represent, nobody to talk to, nobody to support you. It's very hard. I know the job is very hard, but at least you guys, you know, you take up this position, you know what it's going to be like. And for you to represent people, you have to really represent them well. Because guess what? At all times, you're going to need their support. You're here because of them. And you got to know how to respect people because they are the one who placed you there where you are. And we all need recommendation. We need something at some point. I'm not from this country, but I'm telling you, this is the first time I've been into something like this, and it's really like a masquerade thing. I mean, it's really a disappointment to see what's going on and how people address things, you know. I've never seen this, I didn't know. But as I'm saying, I don't know what you guys can do about the barking thing, you know, but I really like somebody to help me somewhere, somehow.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Mark. Mark. Charles Ferrer.
Next.
Don't mind me if I don't stand too close to the mic. Charles Ferrer, I'm just passing through, and the disappointment that I've seen here. You know, I've been watching it at home. I stayed up to 4:30 that morning that you stayed at 4:30. Most of the times I stay up and I'm only back up at 5, and I watch the councilman. I'm like, is this real? So my first question is this. On this appointment here, how many resumes did you review? Because if you want me to believe, I'm not going to say the person's name, but if you want me to believe that this was the best in the bunch, whoever reviewed those resumes should never look at another one again. Okay? Because they did a terrible job. They did the job, I'll just say the first of the name and you can put the end to it. They did the job of a jack. Okay? That's disgusting. If this was supposed to go before the entire council, for decision, that's what should have been done. Now, unlike everybody, I've been coming to these meetings since I was 16 years old. I'm 63. This is by far the worst garbage I have seen in my life. That's why I had to come down here. I started not to come, but I had to come down here because you're going to make a decision for your next council president. Council president, your name should not even be in the bunch. In the bunch. I remember when you two came out with Gal Gone Wild. What we have here, I'm telling you, it's just like, I can't even describe it. As an educator, and the school district doesn't want you to give anything less than a 50, I can't give you anything less than a 0. As an educator, I'm sorry. I've gone to meetings where Andy Torsicola and others have said all kinds of things. Never once has a council president ever got up and walked out, like I've seen here, or suspended a meeting because your skin got soft. Okay? This job's not for the weak. It's not for the soft. If you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, sit outside. Submit your resignation. Step down. Let somebody else take the position. It took me a long time to come here. I'm disappointed. Games. You go back in the records. Everything that you need to put Marty Barnes in jail is in the campaign records. I said that. What I'm seeing here, I'm going to start talking to some of my friends. We're going to start looking at things. Yeah, I see a lot of 101 corruption here. Okay? From all these buildings, I rode up 16th Ave today, it broke my heart. All these buildings that you're putting up, where the schools, all the gifts that you're giving away. When Mike talks about developers' fees, every time you give tax abatement, not a dime from one of those buildings is coming into the school district. So those developers' fees, they should have gotten half, and half should have come to the school district. The only people that are benefiting from everything that's happening in Paterson are the people putting up those buildings. I have yet to see the Paterson residents get a break. When? If not now, when? And y'all really think you're doing something? I've been all over. And I've seen beautiful hotels everywhere. 1 point whatever billion, and there's still not one here? And y'all are boasting like you've done something great? Look at the bank accounts of the people that got the money. Okay? Look at the bank accounts of what's going to happen up at Hinchcliffe State. Mark my word, I'm not even going to go in that place. Everybody's playing. School district, the city has the rights to Hinchcliffe Stadium. In 2010, the school district and the city signed a lease, giving the city control to 2040. It's in the records room. That's where I got the information from. Because I wanted to see who owns it. That's why the school doesn't have much to say. They're just being grateful that they're letting them even be in it. And letting the kids be in it some of the time. Okay? We're not doing better. This is terrible. Governor Street, all these apartment buildings. What should have been put on those lots? Well, houses. 3-family, 4-family houses that allows a person to live in one apartment, rent out the others, and sustain. These apartment buildings, only one person getting rich. Even the one up by Hinchcliffe. For the seniors, even at 75 units at $1,000 a pop, so they're giving the city $75,000. It's a $75 million project. That's all you can give, and we accepted it. Go back in the record. Frank Graves said it best. They don't call this Paterson. They call this Patsy Town. Because that's all we've been. Bunch of suckers. Letting everybody come in here, rape and pillage. okay? And it's sad. That's why I don't like coming down here. But you know what? I'm tired. So it's time for me to start looking at campaign records again.
Thank you.
Let me see who I can catch. And let me tell you something. FBI's only up on the hill. Okay? I'm not afraid. It's time for some people to get locked up.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Miss Paula Alford,
I think she left. Next
Jameli
speaker.
Carballo. Okay. Jalen.
Okay.
Before I start, I want to just I'll hand this to you. Ask you a question about that. I'll hand one. Mr. Joe, I got one. There's other pages in there. I'm going to flip through. I want people to read it. I wasn't showing you the petition. I was showing you something else. But we'll get, I'll show you up here. Now, I wanted to start off giving a proposal to the mayor, just asking him if he could work with us. You heard my resident come up here and ask for some type of relief. So I just wanted to know and put on the floor if we can just get a decal sticker for Church Street. Just 54 to 55, that one block, that's all I'm asking for. There's PCC right there. There's no other businesses on our block but PCC. PCC have 4 free spaces that nobody parking. Is no meter there or anything. So I feel like we should get the same thing as they did. It's 200 apartments on that one block, and the only business is PCC, and they get free parking. So I'm just asking, just give us that. I don't want the whole downtown. That was never what I came here for. I just was asking for our block, because that's a residential area. 200 people live there. I know people live on top of businesses and stuff like that, but those are business areas. This is a residential areas, 2 apartment buildings on one block. So that's what I'm asking, that's what I'm proposing, if any other of the council people want to put that motion on the floor and support it. But that's not really what I came here for. I came here because I was told I was being helped, but I was being led astray. I was being used as a face of something that I wasn't fighting for. So that's why I'm upset. So I've been doing all the legwork. I did a petition, as y'all see on the first page. I did a handwritten petition. I sat in my lobby for 4 hours, getting everybody names that walked in and out of our building that had cars. I then went and I started a petition online with the QR code. I then took that QR code. I was waking up every 5 o'clock a.m. and I was putting the codes and stuff on everybody's car. Me, nobody else was helping me. These are the receipts. I went and got them printed. If you flip through, you'll see 2 receipts. They say 40 copies each or whatever. I did that. Then I went because nobody was really coming. Nobody was really bringing other residents here but me. And I made another petition. I made another flyer with the QR code. I even put it in Spanish so the Hispanics know what was going on and so that they could come down here and fight too. And if you flip through that, you'll see everything. I've been the only one doing the work on this side, and nobody have been doing the work on that side. Well, nobody that's acting like the face of it. Dr. Mims is the only one that has been really helping us. Now, the last time I came here, the last televised meeting I came here, I thanked Michael Jackson and Chief of Pharmacy for paying my tickets. I misspoke and I would like to recant that statement. If you go through the packet, you can see that I got notices from the court. The lady, it was a language barrier. She didn't speak good English, and she clearly didn't comprehend what I was asking her. She looked up my driver's license, and only one ticket came up. I kept asking, where my tickets paid? Where my tickets paid? Yeah, they paid. Only one, because she really couldn't really say too much in English, which is crazy to be working at municipal court, and you can't really speak English or comprehend it. So, once I came here and I thanked everybody, Chanel asked me, oh, did Mike Jackson pay the tickets? So I'm like, yeah, because why? I'm under the impression that he paid the tickets, okay? Something told me to call them back and see if he really paid these tickets, okay? So I called back and I got somebody that worked there for years. I asked them, is my tickets paid? They're gonna say, no, you still owe $406 of tickets. Come to find out, it's 3 ways to look up parking tickets. You could look up by driver's license, you could look up by the plate, and then you could look up by your name. She was only looking up my driver's license, and you could see that it has 1 ticket here, okay? If you look up my license plate, it has 2 tickets here, okay? But when you look up my name, you could see 25 tickets. Wait a minute, I'm not finished. Wait a minute, there's another one. She didn't even know how to look up the tickets correctly. So yeah, I want to recant that statement. My tickets were not paid, okay? If you go to the screenshot that's in the package, we are paying all your fees, don't worry. We are paying all your fees, don't worry. The name at the top says Chanel. The date is Tuesday, April 4th, 8:15 p.m. Okay, thank you. My tickets are not paid. They did give me $240. I had tickets left in Paterson that did not get transferred. Again, my tickets have to get transferred because there's a conflict of interest at municipal court. They got transferred to Passaic. I asked for a court date so that I could get a payment plan so I could pay my tickets. Because remember, I came here for a legislation. I did not come here for people to pay my tickets, okay? I did not. So if I was to take these screenshots to court that say, we will pay all of your tickets, I feel like I would win. Because only $225 of my tickets been paid. There's $406 left to pay. Okay, I went to court for a payment plan. Councilman Jackson was so mad that I was in court. Give me the Zoom, I need to be in there. I give him the Zoom for him to talk about some ordinance that's not even solid. That's not solid at all. They were gonna reduce my tickets anyway. His influence didn't have nothing to do with it. This is not the first time I got a stack of tickets. I had 10 tickets before they dismissed 7 of them without no councilman. So his influence didn't do anything. Have not been helping me. Like I said, in the screenshots, you can see that there's a receipt for $225. My problem is, I was told that Schaefer Pharmacy donated $300. So if Councilman Jackson paid $225 of my tickets, and Schaefer Pharmacy donated $300, where's the $300? Am I tripping? There should be another check. I should not have $400 left over. That's $600 that was donated for my tickets. So that's why I'm upset. Because what have been being portrayed has not been a real thing.
Thank you, Jalen.
Yeah, all right, 1 minute. So that's my issue with that. Last Tuesday, I came down here to talk to Councilwoman Mims because the pharmacist is one of her acquaintances. Am I wrong? It was like...
No, she's a business owner in the city.
And then you gave her she reached out to you and you gave her my contacts. Yes, cool. Cool. So I've been hearing that she was your friend and everything, and that's why she reached out to you, because you know she could give it to me or whatever. So I came down here to ask Dr. Mims to just get them in touch with me, because I have not seen that money and my tickets still have not been paid. My license is in jeopardy to get suspended. So that's why I'm upset. Now, I had an outburst with this man, Jackson or whatever. What the outburst was, when I asked for this motion to go on the floor for just my street, he said he wasn't in favor of it. That pissed me off, you know, because in 2020, he got residential parking for Tyler Street and Paterson Street. That's one street. But he told me he wasn't in favor of my proposal because he represents a lot of constituents that's having the same issue, correct? I got, that's on video, it's on tape. It's on video, it's on tape.
Let me say this, I'm unaware of any meeting that took place or the context of that meeting. I'll do an inquiry, that's the first of me hearing of it. You know, I'm firmly believing that anything, yeah, I know about the more tickets, he has more tickets as well. So, I'm a firm believer that whatever's discussed should be discussed here on the open forum so that the public is privy to that conversation. I'm not in favor of only doing one block because I represent more constituents that have the identical problem, and what I outlined was not the entire downtown area. It was a small area around these residential apartments that have now been placed above these commercial spaces.
Meaning that was already a business district before they put the apartments there. So that's not a residential area. Now, the outburst that I had.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Did y'all hear that? I already paid your tickets.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Y'all heard that. He said, I already paid your tickets. I just told you I have a remaining of $406.
Miss Jalen.
That's fine. I'm gonna wrap it up.
Thank you.
No, I'm gonna wrap it up when I'm done, okay?
I understand.
So
but
that was my outburst. When I walked outside, Councilman Jackson said to me, because he came out there, he said, I don't work for you. And that just caught me off guard, because when did I ever say that? That don't make sense. You said you represent everybody. So all I asked you was, well, what happened in 2020? Why you gave it to them and didn't think about the whole town? Why you didn't fight for the whole downtown and First Ward when you gave out the residential parking to them? So, yeah. That's why I was upset. So when I did come here last Tuesday and I was asking Councilwoman Mims to get me in contact with the pharmacy because I haven't seen no money or whatever, Chanel was standing there in my mouth and she said, oh, Councilman Jackson don't want nothing to do with you no more. We paid enough of those tickets because of your little outburst. Because I called them out on the floor, like he said in the video, it needs to be privy to everybody in public. So that's what I did. I asked you a question. You guys have not talked to me about this ordinance for 2 months now. You have not said anything, nothing on why it's not on the agenda or anything. Y'all haven't said anything. Y'all haven't said anything. I understand that, but like I said, you have not been fighting like how you've been portraying. So after I had that conversation, me and Chanel kind of went in the back and forth because I'm like, stop speaking for him. I'm talking about Councilman Jackson, not you. But for some weird reason, whatever weird connection they have, she got mad like as if a girlfriend would get mad. And I didn't like that. So when I walked out, she walked up on me. This woman right here got in between us. I walked down the table, around into the steps while everybody held Chanel back. Because she was trying to run around them, trying to get to me, trying to fight and trying to rumble. Ain't nobody escort me out of here. But the rumor around town is I came down here to fight some old lady. That's not right. And I'm clearing my name. Because I didn't come here for that. The thing is, I was putting it on blast that my tickets were not paid, and I just wanted to know where was the money at. It's fine. You guys don't have to give me the money. I'm gonna get it done regardless. That's fine. I'm clear. I was just clearing my name though. I was getting attacked that they were helping me, but they were not really helping me. So that's what I'm saying. I have all the receipts right there. You guys see right there. If they said they're gonna pay all the fees, pay all the fees.
Jalen,
My tickets were in
finish your
Passaic.
statement.
That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Because listen, I'm not coming back to these meetings no more. I just want to get what I'm saying out, and that's it. Because everybody else gets to badmouth me, so why can I badmouth them and tell them what's the real? All of these lies. I'm not lying. I have nothing to lie about. So, that's what the problem is. Damn, you made me forget like what I was saying. Like, relax. So that's my problem. I don't like that. And then everybody was acting like they were gonna jump me because Chanel was all mad and upset and stuff, and she's going around telling everybody. See, the person that's always wrong gotta let everybody know what happened. Whereas I'm like, girl, I don't care about that. But when I start getting calls about how I acted and about how I'm trying to fight everybody, I'm not trying to fight nobody. I just was trying to get a clear answer on what was going on. Anybody would be upset. Anybody would be upset that their license is now in jeopardy. This was what I was gonna say. My tickets got transferred to Passaic. We had to wait for them to come back to pay them. They were back at May 25th. The outburst that they're talking about I had was on June 13th. Those tickets were supposed to have been paid. So that's my issue. Is you're trying to say, oh, I had an outburst now, you're not gonna help me. But those tickets were supposed to be paid 2 weeks before I even asked you. Was you thinking about us in 2020 when you gave the residential out before?
Miss Jalen, we have a lot of constituents waiting to speak.
I understand. First of all, I'm number 22, and we only had 26, so we only got 5 left.
We have
if you didn't take your recess or whatever you needed, then we would have been done already.
We have some city business to take care as well.
I understand that.
Okay.
And that's how we feel when you guys. That's how we feel when you guys are arguing back and forth.
I understand. Just finish your statement.
I'm not looking for the money. I don't want the money. My thing is, but don't lie. Don't act like I'm just upset for no reason. Anybody would be upset. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Have a good night. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Nigeria Minkins. Nigeria Minkins. Lord have mercy.
Madam Clerk, who's the next speaker? Miss Minkins.
Nigeria Minkins.
Minkins.
Yes.
Please
state your name and address for the record, Ms. Nigeria Minkins, Paterson, New Jersey.
Miss Minkins. Who's the next speaker, Madam Clerk? Let's continue.
Miss Win, she's at this podium.
Yeah,
Nigeria Minkins.
Miss Minkins.
Can you repeat her name, please, Madam Clerk?
Nigeria Minkins.
Nigeria Minkins. Please continue, ma'am.
Nigeria Minkins.
Nigeria.
I understand that
Nigeria
you want me to
Minkins.
speak, but I don't speak over people. I wait. So you're telling me to speak, but how can I speak over them? How can you hear me if I'm speaking over them and you can't even hear yourself talk? I'm just saying. Yes, I'm Nigeria Minkins, Paterson, New Jersey. I am displeased with the voting process. Honestly, I'm displeased with the entire meeting. I said true colors was definitely shown tonight. I have sat back and analyzed everything that happens within the chambers. I now know everyone for myself and the hidden agendas behind them. I literally sat here and watched Marissa tell Velez she was now voting and her answer would be no, and Velez instantly changed his answer from not voting to no. And I feel like the votes should have been based on the well-being of residents and not pettiness. And if you go back and play the tape, if you say my statement is false, you'll see the conversation between Maritza and Velez of her saying, I'm taking it back, I'm saying no. And you said, oh, you saying no? And you sat here and said no. How are you for the people? And for those who are watching who didn't have the privilege to see the resume submitted for the Housing Authority, the resume states that she volunteered for a softball league, she worked at Mandy's, and she an operational manager for MagRag. So based on the resume, it tells me that she is highly experienced with selling clothes and for volunteering with softball, which means her best fit for her is a clothing store or as a coach on the field. Yeah, because based on education, it say Newark, New Jersey, not Paterson. And after today, if I hear certain council members mother the words that they are for the people and stand with the people, I will call you out on it every time and remind you of your actions that were committed on June 27th. Velez, I watched you come to my grandmother's church, buy a sign, tell them that people should know, like the sign's too small, I have to buy a sign. Thinking you were a good person. But seeing your actions there and inside of here, it amazes me how much power can switch. How power can just change a person. My last thing is respect is a two-way street. If you don't dish it out, you can't expect to receive it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Justice Reigns.
Yeah, she got up.
She left?
She went outside, but I'm not sure if she left or not. No, I think she left, Council. I mean,
If she comes back, we'll call her back next speaker.
That's the last speaker, Mr. President.
Okay. She was the last speaker?
Yes.
Nobody's out there.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Valles. Second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion of the municipal council regular meeting. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to comment on a couple of the speakers that was here tonight. I just want to say to the Felix de Hussey family, every time I have the opportunity to speak to the chief, our new chief that we have on assignment, your brother name is always mentioned. They're telling me that they're still investigating. I'm not sure, but I just want you to know that that's what I always ask. And I need you to just keep asking and keep asking. And I know some of us sitting up here is going to keep asking. We're going to keep asking. I just want to make it clear, and I hear you, Nazir, but let me tell you something. I retired in 2015. I almost lost my job because I'm answering the phone during the day when people, the constituents, the residents are calling me. He said to me, if I catch you on the phone, you're going to lose your job. Let me just say to you that I think that sometimes people don't understand, but what's happened after the pandemic has really hit the city very hard. The amount of calls, and I see Victoria Quende, but I got several calls about people complaining about Superior Court judges. So I had to now do my best to find out through the county, because you know what, every time you get a call, you don't have the answer. So now you have to find the answer because they don't know how to get the answer. So I finally was able to get the answer, who they needed to contact if they want to file a complaint against a judge. As council president, I wanted to talk to the judges. The attorney general told me I cannot do that. I cannot bring a judge in front of us and ask them any kind of questions or anything that's going on. I just want to make sure I put that on record. But sometimes, and what I find, and maybe I'm still old school, and I'm going to stay old school, because when I grew up with my mom, we didn't know no elected officials. When we had issues, we had to solve them the best way we could. Nobody helped us. So I didn't want to do that same trend. If you call me and you need help, I'm going to do my best to figure it out. For 2 days, and I need to share this with the community, because I think sometimes people think that no one calls us, and they do. The young man came down here today. He filed a civil complaint in U.S. District Court. I'm trying to send people to where they need to go when they have issues, and whether it's federal, whether it's state, whether it's county, or whether it's city. But for 2 days, and I need to share this with the community, I had a 13-unit building that the water was shut off. You had 8 families still living in there. He owed $20,000. Now to me, how do you shut water off on 8 families that still live in there with children? And I want to say and I spoke to Corporation Counsel, but I just want to say that I was able to figure it out, calling Passaic Valley Water. They were able to trace that check that they did pay 5 months ago, and it went to a draft bank. They were able to trace that. They were told, and I called legal aid, which is called Northeastern, that if he didn't get that water put back on today, that they were going to file criminal charges. I just want to say to our administration, Corporation Counsel, the VA, we have to do a better job of keeping track of who owns stuff in this city. You go down to the tax assessor office, I can't get no phone, I can't get no email, so you can't find nobody. And I think that's it's very difficult that you're not able to be able to figure out when things happen to people. We're going to have a meeting soon, and we're having so many issues with tenant landlords. Landlords are taking fake people to court. They're not even the people who they want to throw out. And if a judge don't understand that, and I have to figure that out again, what do? A lady went to tenant court. I said, ma'am, I don't care what you do. You got to go to court. You got to say, I want to see a judge. I need to see a judge. That was not me. She sat down there from 9 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night until that judge. I said, ma'am, I don't care what you got to do. You got to see that judge. So what I find with myself is that we have to kind of help people and share people and show them or guide them to the right spot. Because we don't know either. Like, we don't know where to go, who to talk to. And if you got to have some kind of relationship to be able to do that. But the thing is, it's still you. It's about you. If you call me, I need to answer the phone. I don't care what nobody say. No, I know this ain't my role. But I remember back in the day when I didn't have nobody, when my mom didn't have nobody, when my brother was incarcerated, when my brothers was addicts. I know. So when you call me, don't tell me, well, that's not your role. I'm making it my role, because there's too many people out there that need to be guided and helped and know where to go. Because without that, we don't, what we here? I know what we supposed to be doing. But and we had the young lady sitting there, she's a senior. She came down here, and I remember some people said, Ruby, you ain't loud enough. One day I was so loud, and I go to school 6, the little boy came up to me and said, wow, Councilwoman, you were really mad last night. So that means everybody's watching. You'd be surprised how people are watching. But I just want to say, too, for all of you, that we're going to have a meeting, but you know, what happened tonight, and you can clearly see it, for that housing authority, we've been trying to get a residency on that housing authority for the last 5 years. We haven't been able to agree with a person, but it should have been 5 or 6 resumes coming in front, helping. That's how it should have been. Everybody can submit a name. You can look at it and you can see how that it could be. And another thing, when I stopped being a councilwoman, I don't get no pension. When I leave this seat, and you know, people put the wrong information, I always say, don't believe what nobody tell you. You can't believe it. I do not get a pension. Now, some of these council people may get a pension, but Ruby isn't one of them. And me and Councilwoman Mims will tell you, a lot of our money that we make being a council person, we give it back to our community. We got organizations, everybody knows. They call Ruby, I help them out. Because that's what I was raised to do, of helping and sharing and working and making sure that we're supposed to. But I gotta say too, and I see that they were talking about Broadway. It's not fair that a mom in an apartment building can't bring her kids outside because people don't want to move. It's not fair that she can't go up inside her apartment, and most of the households are by single moms, that she can't come outside and sit with her kids, or she can't walk in and out. But you know what? There's so many things that's happening in our community, and there's so many things that we need to do as community people. We need to stay together. We need to help each other. And you know, my husband's not here. He would do something like that, like cut it. But you know what? There's important things. Right now, next Friday, we're having a meeting at the library. And you know who's going to be there? The new lady, I'm not quite sure if they invited, the rent leveling lady. Yep, no, the rent leveling lady, the legal aid, the Paterson Housing Authority. Those are meetings that we got to have to help you, help people, to help figure out what's going on and what's happening. What I find now is that sometimes when you don't know something, a landlord cannot raise your rent more than 5%. If you're a senior, it's 3.5%. And what they do, if you don't try to reach out and find out like how much they can do, then they'll just keep doing it. They'll just keep raising it. But I'm here for you. I'm here for the people. I'm here. You know, God didn't put me here to be no judger. I ain't here to judge you. I ain't supposed to be here to tell you if you right or wrong. You know if you right or wrong. But if I'm supposed to help you, I'm supposed to help you. I'm supposed to help you. Because now that, you know, an attorney general, and the one guy did say it, they want them to do more than just policing. We want to see what else they're going to do. And we're really not quite sure yet. But for the families, and every chance I get, and every time I talk to them, I talk about the Zehusu family. I talk about Najee Seabrook. I talk about Jameek Lowry. I ask them, how are we working with that? How is it going? Is it coming? How is it making out? And now that in the Oprah, there's so much stuff but I'm just saying, my line is always open. I answer my phone on Saturdays and Sundays. I answer my phone at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Because if you're calling me at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, it's important. You know, quality of life is a major issue in our city. Everybody knows that. And we're trying to get to that now because, you know, I have to be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning because they dropping off their drunk friend who don't want to get out the car, you know, and they're talking. So, with anybody here, if you ever need to reach out to me, my line is always open. Because I think about the day when I grew up here, and we didn't know who to call. We didn't know who to call. We didn't know who to ask for help from. So by having connection and relationship on the federal, on the state, on the county, and you know, the layer of government is 4 layers. There's about 30-some people you vote for. And sometimes people don't realize it's that many. About 30? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone out there. Thank you for listening. You know, I just want to set the record straight. Don't believe what people say. If you want to know something, just call me and ask me, and I'll tell you.
Got it.
Madam Clerk, with that being said, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Your vote?
Your vote,
Oh,
Councilman.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. You know, I'm just worried about my Madam Clerk there, too. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Madam Clerk, first of all, let me start by talking about, someone, I believe it was Ms. Freeman came before the mic to talk about the justice for Najee, and Sis Victoria, you mentioned it as well. You know, the disappointing part for me is relative to my first encounter with the new chief. I really thought that we were going to see some different things happen here. And it's obvious that we just skipped right past the investigation of what happened with Najee. The whole point of the Attorney General coming into Paterson and taking over the police department was the fact that the community felt there was some wrongdoing. And now we hear nothing about these investigations. Nothing about these investigations. So, and we all know for months we sat here pushing for people like Javon McCray and several other officers that were skipped over through the promotional process. It was promised that would get looked at. Now you don't hear anything else about it. You know, even I've said it from the start. Everyone knows that my cousin, who was a very young officer, was involved with the De Jesus family, which I've never denied. In fact, it went to them directly. And I've said the poor leadership in the police department, when you have young people that are being poorly led, situations happen. So, and we talk about that leadership directly is impacted by how the promotional processes take place. And people being consistently skipped over, even the hiring process within the city. So, yet again, the new chief and the Attorney General's office, so for some reason, comes in here and overlooks all of that. Now we have, you know, we're running raid on Broadway. Okay, we understand that we have issues there. But what about the real underlying factor? What about the leadership within the police department? The Captain Campanella and Lieutenant Pearl came here and lied before this council, and we have yet to have an investigation about their wrongdoing. They have a moral and a professional responsibility. They took an oath by wearing that uniform. They cannot come before this body and tell a lie, but they did so, and that still has not been investigated. That's a problem. A new chief in place, and we want to just skip past all of these things that took place. So there's many other things. Corporation Council, I'm very concerned when you have a resident that comes before this council, and it's disheartening because unlike, because I think he was in the hallway when Councilwoman Cotton was talking about judges in Superior Court. We're talking about municipal court, and we're not talking about a judge. We understand that it's an autonomous situation there, but the prosecutors work for the city. And if the prosecutors are out here not only just giving legal advice, but trying to sway a young person to take a plea on something that that knowingly they're showing evidence right then and there. There should have been agreement to say, you know what, you had a license, it's valid, we're going to throw this out. But to tell a young person on a Zoom that you should just plead guilty, that's concerning. And council and Corporation Council, I am requesting through the chair to your office a copy of that video. I want to see the video myself. What city employee who has a concern for young people will tell somebody, hey, you should just make it easy on everybody, make it easy on the judge and plead guilty? That right there is a crime. That's a crime, and that should have been addressed at the time. But see, Council President doesn't care about those kinds of things. We've stopped this meeting on many occasions and allowed for those items to be addressed. So for somebody, and I'm getting all these fake cell phone numbers and fake pages, threats about, oh, how I'm derailing the meeting. No, I'm trying to make sure the public's concerns are not milled over. As we need to truncate our commentary to 2 minutes after 27 people spoke. So lastly, I'm gonna wrap it up because, you know, I appreciate all you guys, but listen, before I ran for office, I pledged my salary back to the community. I don't have to talk about the countless times that I've donated and I made effort. The young lady is the daughter of a very good friends of mine. But that before I even knew that was their daughter, I made a pledge and a commitment to help her. Her tickets was well over $1,200 in presumed liability. I took on the responsibility regardless of whoever was willing to make a contribution. Here that night, multiple people gave her money. Miss Kathy Morgan gave her a check. There was many people in the audience that gave her money. Nobody accounted for that money. No one said, hey, you need to take that money and make it part of what's going on. We made a commitment. The young lady from Shifa Pharmacy was here that night on an application for cannabis. Yes, a multi-million-dollar application, something that people stand to make a great deal of money off of. And she said that she'll pay the tickets. That's fine. If that was the case, however, if she did, fine. If she did not, I had still committed myself to paying those tickets. She only sent $300, so okay, whatever she sent, fine, we put it towards the contribution. I took time out from my day. I picked the young lady up in her front door. I went to Passaic. I sat through the waiting room. I went to court with her, not one time, but multiple times. She got upset with me then. She cursed me out then in Passaic. I disregarded her actions then. I said, I'm just going to get through this and help her out. She was upset because the prosecutor recognized who she was and said, no, he can't hear the case. He has to push it to another date. So I said, okay, no problem. She got upset with me. I still had to take her home. Regardless if she was upset, drove her home, said, listen, don't worry about it. We're going to take care of everything. The next court appearance, I appeared with her on Zoom. I explained to the judge that, yes, she's dealing with a very difficult situation, and as a council person, we're working on legislation to change that. I helped in having the prosecutor and the judge reduce the tickets from 25 or 30 tickets down to 10, and whatever it was, we were willing to pay that. The tickets had to come to Paterson before they got paid. I sat right here and I asked her, what's the status of the tickets? She told me, my tickets are paid, I'm good. So I said, okay. And then after that, she proceeded to have more negative commentary to me. So why would I continue to chase somebody down and continue to try to help them? Yes, the money that was given, aside from that, I gave her the cash money myself. I gave her cash for her to take care of the tickets. She then sent paid copies of the tickets, and in her text, her commentary, she said there was change left over. Nobody asked her for the change. Nobody asked her for anything. We were simply trying to assist her, not just her, but all of the residents. She's not the only one that calls me with complaints of parking. So I put the legislation together to address the entire downtown commercial district, not just her block. She wanted me to amend it just for her block, and I said, absolutely not, I'm not going to do that. There's people on Main Street, there's people on Ellison Street, there's multiple people that are now living in these areas. There's another building that's being built right around the corner on Van Houten. So why would I write legislation just to appease you? I mean, I'm willing to assist you and aid you, but I'm not here just to write legislation for that. But I appreciate her because I do think she modified her approach and her delivery. I understand she's frustrated, and I'm not angry, but I can't aid and assist somebody that is just going to continue to be disrespectful. And with that being said, I apologize to the public for taking more time. Council President, your actions need to be addressed. These issues what the public has, and where's your position on a prosecutor telling somebody, a 25-year-old, when they go to municipal court that says Paterson Municipal Court, all of which that falls under our purview, that you should just take the easy ride out and plead guilty. It's disgusting that you wouldn't even have a position on that. Madam Clerk, I appreciate your time. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
My turn hasn't come to speak yet, so it's very disgusting how somebody accused of somebody.
Why?
Because I
So
had
why are
to.
you speaking?
Because then
Why are you speaking?
Exactly, so I want.
She addressed me. I had to wait, and then
Go
I
ahead.
address you. Now
Go
you're
ahead.
gonna try to
Go ahead.
speak out of turn.
We'll add everything, we'll address everything the public has spoken in here.
Councilwoman Mims?
So, good evening. I want to first start off by commending the public, your sacrifice that you make in coming out to our meetings tirelessly, week after week, regarding your concerns, your issues, and just the need for help. So I want to commend you for that, because you could be home watching this on television or on YouTube, or just relaxing and just don't care. But because you care, not just for yourself, but for others, I want to commend you for that. I want to also start off by saying justice for Najee C. Brooks. And where is Felix de Jesus? I have to say this. I remember one of the guys in the community who calls me a sister, Jorge, reached out to me. This was way in the beginning with Felix de Jesus. And that's when I got involved. They were trying to get questions, and I talked to them. I even made copies of the flyer, was passing them out, did a whole bunch of stuff. Never really talked about it, because it's not really something to brag about, because you have a loved one whose family is looking for them, and it was stated 510 days. Even when I gave them privately a check, I never even told anyone what I gave them. It was private. Because I never even from this day has told the community that I did that, because it's private. I do that for many people in this community, but I never talk about it, because it's not about what you give and how much you give. It's about the fact that you care. And sitting and watching the mom, one day, I will never forget this. I see the brother. I will never forget, while we were sitting here and it was the debacle going on, and the mother was rubbing the picture of her son's face in tears. I'm a mom and a grandmother. I can even, for 5 minutes, I work in the schools. I mean, if something happens and a kid everyone's frantic. So I cannot even imagine 510 days. I can't even imagine. And everyone should be in the same place. Unfortunately, from this side of the dais, we could make requests. I made the request for the letter was done. We signed it. I questioned, we didn't get a response. We sent another letter. We still to this day have not gotten a response in regards to that letter, whether to say it's still under investigation, it's closed out, this is what we're doing. We haven't gotten anything. And I understand that there may or may not have been communication with the family, but if this dais, the city council, has sent out a request, we should have gotten a response, and we have yet to get that on this side. And I've asked multiple times that we would look into them, so I'm going to ask again tonight, Corporation Council, if we would do a follow-up to find out what response, if any, or should be given. To Corporation Council, if we can look into the situation that Ms. Aquindle came on with tonight, to get to the bottom of what happened with her son, find out what happened, if there's some recording of that court session, if we could look into that, just to bring resolve and resolution. There's been many comments made. Many people have come to the mic regarding different concerns and situations that are going on. And one thing I'm never going to tell you, not to come to the mic. I'm also not going to tell you not to come to the mic and hold us accountable. I want you to come, right? But there also has to be a level of the delivery. It's not what you say, but it's how you say it. So there has to be a delivery, because we're human too. So when you say things, right, because we get blamed on this side for a lot of stuff that is not our fault. For example, Hinchcliffe Stadium, with them out there in the rain, this is not the school board. That's not we didn't do that. We had nothing to do with the students. That is on the school board side. They have a board meeting. They have board meetings. They have 9 commissioners, and you know that happens on that side. It has nothing to do with us as city council members. Other things that happen, sometimes it's things that go to the administration. Can we ask questions and make requests and make recommendations? Absolutely. I made the comment earlier, and it wasn't to like attack or anything, but when the meeting was called into recess for 5 minutes, my comment was, when it went longer than that, we should have came into an apology to the community, because the resident that was waiting to speak never left the podium. He stayed there for like 13 minutes. I even said to the camera person, I said, it's been longer than 5 minutes. By law, we have to open the meeting back up and wait for everybody to come in. And they they weren't sure what to do, but that's what I was saying. I wasn't trying to take a jab. I wasn't trying to disrupt the meeting. I was trying to bring a level of decorum and order to the meeting, because the public is sitting here. They're waiting. They have a right to come, and if they come to these chambers, we have to sit here and listen to them, right? Because you sit and listen to us, argue, fuss, vote, all that stuff. Look, and I don't agree when people say, I'm not going to speak up, because you got to speak up. When wrongdoing is happening or something does not benefit the residents, if you don't speak up, you're a part of the problem. Because our community is going through a lot of stuff, a lot of things. Today was the last day of school for the public schools. Some other schools, they got out a little earlier. We have to concern ourselves with what's going to happen with our youth. I saw like 25 or 26 different flyers of a whole bunch of stuff that's going to happen in the summer. I was happy to see golf up there. Somebody's doing swimming. I mean, some great stuff this year for the kids. We have to make sure we circulate that information out to all of our youth, so we don't lose any of our youth in the summer before they get to high school or get to go back to school or first grade, whatever grade they're going to next year. But that should be all of our concern. How do we save our children? How do we save somebody else's children? Because maybe you don't have any kids, but to me, all the children belong to us, because we're in the vicinity and it takes a village to raise them. 55 Church, I've heard the commentary, the back and forth. I gave the woman my card for the decal. The parking authority has agreed to do that. But if your tickets are 2022 or 2021, we can't do anything about that. This is a recent situation that has been brought to our attention. So I want to put it on the record, because, you know, I don't want anyone coming with tickets from 2021, 2022, or 2020 saying they're going to pay my tickets, right? So we had a situation with that, and we resolved that. But it has to be recent, because we want to make sure we're bringing resolutions. And as Councilwoman Cotton said, if you need me for anything, I say it all the time. My number is open. I don't hide my cell number. You can come on my Facebook page. People inbox, they DM me, and I show up. I don't just answer you. I go to the location and take pictures and make requests. And that's important, because as your council person, you want to know that when you call us that we respond, right? You want to know that not just we respond, but we're getting it done. That's even more important. But hold us accountable. Don't stop doing it. But I'm just saying, when you do it, come in a respectable form, because you get more with oil than you do with vinegar, right? You want something, sometimes take us on the side. As soon as I see somebody with help, you'll see me walk up and I'll just give my card. Just call me tomorrow. Like, whatever it is, I'll make a phone call. We'll get it done. This is what it is. Because sometimes coming here, and I understand it, right? And I said it in the hallway to someone, to my girl Freeman. I love her. I adopted her as a sister. I was saying, like, sometimes you come and you have your mindset. This is what I'm going to talk about when I get to the council meeting. But then all of this stuff is going on. You're like, yo, I need to jump on that too. I need to talk about that. But then you're losing focus, because what it becomes is a distraction, right? Or a diversion from your course or your purpose. So stay the task. I've been in politics since 2014, but I was on the adopting schools, on the school board, and then here on the council. It's my second term. But I saw many people, Queen Victoria will tell you, They were heavy activists for the schools, for the kids. They used to come to the mic, right, Queen Victoria? Come to the mic, heavy, heavy, heavy. Then we had people heavy on this side, and all of a sudden it dwindled down. We cannot lose our voice and our momentum, because it's in our unity where there's strength. It's in our voice where there's power. It's when we galvanize that people listen and things change. But if they see division and discord and disarray, you get absolutely nothing. But once you start unifying privately with a publicly coming together, and they see you build publicly, they're going to start listening. Because it's going to scare them, because it becomes a threat. That when you, behind closed doors, know how to come together and work together, and even if you don't like people, I tell people you don't have to like them, but if we have a common goal, just get on the bandwagon. Because maybe this week we're fighting for you, but next week we're going to fight for this person. And that's how we got to come together and galvanize. For me, I don't have an issue with nobody. People have issues with me, and that's okay. But for me, I'm straight for the community. I ain't being puppeteered. I ain't being paid off. None of that stuff. I am straight solely for the people. And sometimes when you're for the people, you're not always going to be liked. You're not going to always be the one that they want to put whatever they want to do. But it doesn't matter. Because if God be for you, He's worth more than the entire world that's against you. So people, as you come, don't lose focus. Understand your assignment and stay true to it. Write your points down, because you're going to come here and they're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff. You're going to be like, I need to, nope, I'm going to my notes. And I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to my notes. Yeah, that was good what she said, but look, do a power to the people when they speak, but you stay to your notes. Because if you miss your notes and what you're supposed to talk about, all those people that you're advocating and speaking up for, they lose. Because when one person stands up for anybody, they help a whole bunch of people that has been sitting down for a long time. We have some items still on this agenda, but we're moving towards the Sunshine Law, which is 12 o'clock. And I know sometimes, people say, well, oh, you talked a long time. But you have to. Because you know why? Because sometimes the community feels we don't listen. We don't hear them. So they need us to say something to them. And not just here, in the community. When things are going down, they need to see us show up when their children are being mistreated. When the seniors are being mistreated, when they don't have a place to live and they don't have money and they're struggling, they need us to show up and stand up and say something. With that being said, Madam Clerk, this is for the public portion. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, and Assalamu alaikum, Paterson. It is absolutely a great day in the city of Paterson. As you know, many of our high school graduates, high school seniors graduated today, and grammar school as well. And I'm specifically talking about high school because they are transiting and moving toward the next level of education to colleges, universities, or any vocational programs. And I commend them for their dedication, their hard work. And I also sincerely thank their parents and guardians for their involvement in our children's education. And we all know this, when guardians and parents are involved in children's education, they do better. And we want to see that in next school year as well. Now, it is our duty to make sure that this city is livable for those children, teenagers, heading to colleges, universities, and after their higher education, come back to Paterson and get back in this city. That's our job, to make sure that we make this city ready for them, because they are going to lead the city. And we have to bring them back here in the city of Paterson. One of the educators spoke about the overcrowded classroom because of the abatement and pallet that we're giving away. And here's my stand I always talking about, because abatement and pilot that we are giving, that's absolutely right, giving us nothing but the people. And these children are going to the city's school system, but not paying $1 to the school system. So there should be something, and as I spoke to the Corporation Council before, the very, I think, first or second week of my council, that whether we can have anything that if anybody get pilot or abatement, they have to invest to city's school system or sporting field, because this is giving us nothing but the crowd. And because of this, we see the classrooms over 30 kids. As Commissioner Corey T is recording, and you were a commissioner there, you saw the crisis that we're going through in Paterson Public Schools. I think that should be addressed, because our kids are going to the school system. I would like to address to Madam BA and Corporation Council, many questions were asked regarding the court system, regarding Mr. Freeman addressed about his sidewalk and HUD money. I believe that all the questions were asked will be addressed. I again want to restate the commissioner position that the frustration that I have is not regarding this particular position. This position just came here in front of the council and in front of the people in public. And if that can happen in public, then what else can happen behind the scene? That's all my concern. That's how I see it. Because when I'm reading this, I read this resume, and it's nothing against the person. She could be a great human being, great person, nothing to do with that quality of her. But when I'm giving away a position to someone, I have to make sure that she qualifies for that position. We, the council body, has a chance to review that resumes. We were asked a question, how many resumes we got a chance to review? I would say none, not even in one. Because technically, and this is what the politics, I don't know, I think politics stands for negative terms, that's in most of the cases. And when this vacant position, well, the position was vacant for the last 4+ years, and there's no urgency of it. It did not come to the workshop session. Why just appear to the regular meeting for voting session? It is because we should not have enough chance to entertain this matter. This is called technique. Nasty technique. I don't want to talk about anything. It's nothing against any person. Again, I'm saying she could be a great person. But when I'm doing this as a council members, this is so wrong. If we can allow it to happen, think about the other positions, other hirings that are taking place, what else we could expect. That's all my frustration. This is kind of discouragement for the generation that graduating from colleges and universities and coming back to the city of Paterson, getting involved in some ways, and they can feel that this is not a place to request for, because this is not the place for any educated person. It's a place where you can be connected some way with someone who can hook you up some way. This is what my frustration. Because I teach the children in the classroom. And we talk about all those great things. It's just the words. Action is totally opposite. This is what frustration we are going through now. This particular position has nothing to do with, but this is a smell of many other things that's taking place that we had no idea. This is my frustration. So again, I'm not talking about this particular commissioner position. I'm talking about things that can take place. That should be addressed. These things should be. From the administration, I said these things you guys should take a look, that whether it's right or wrong. I don't want to talk about these things and making people that, oh, you are not supporting this particular commission. No, I'm not against any individual. But the process that took place today was completely wrong. One of the emails, I believe all the council members, Corporation Council, Madam BA, you have received a long email today with some video recordings. I'm speaking about a particular section of Paterson. It's the dead end, the 1 or 2 blocks of Kearney Street and Jasper Street. Yesterday, and I'm talking about day before, I went there. 3-4 houses, they compete against each other for loud music. Who can go louder? Can I believe? We have that issue everywhere in the city. We know this. But this particular section, is kind of like a competition of who can go louder. I have addressed it multiple times. 2-3 o'clock in the morning, I was in presence at the location of the police officer. When I came up with the ordinance, the noise ordinance amendment, that actually, the idea came from this particular location. Because I called police officers, they came, did nothing. Then with the help of Corporation Council, we changed the ordinance, the noise ordinance, updated, and I think it's a great one. However, it's still the same loud noise is taking place whole night. They start 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, whole day and night. Unbelievable. Yesterday, last night around 10 o'clock at night, I sat down with all the homeowners in these 2 blocks. And they all came up with, I said, okay, do me a favor. I gave them the email addresses. I said, send an email with the details. And we can address this from there, because since nothing is taking place, I'm calling police. There's no remedy. It's same thing over and over. So again, Madam BA, if you can take this email in your consideration, or whoever you think you should address to. You don't have the email? I sent them your email address as well, but I'll forward that to you. Please take care of this. Tomorrow is Eid al-Adha. Those who believe in Islam, you know this is the festival of sacrifice. Those who are celebrating, I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept your sacrifices, your prayers. And with that being said, Eid al-Adha Mubarak to everyone. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to bring two clarification that really concern me today. All of them are important. Everyone that came to this podium is important, whatever they say. But I have to address a couple things. And Mr. Ballard, thank you for serving that, okay? I was naive to do it because I didn't know it was perceptive like that. So to the public and to the Jesus family, every time I go around the back of the podium, everybody knows, because everybody know and read the news, I charge my colleague for threat and harassment. So I try to avoid going behind him, because I'll see could fall back and it could happen. They could say that I push him, right? So I go around to that side, to the back of the podium. And that's why I'm doing that, to avoid that going behind that person. It's not disrespecting the audience standing in the back, okay? In the moment it looks like that, but it's not. So I apologize to the Jesus family standing back there, but when I pass through there, I say, excuse me, with respect, but I have to go around, and I'm trying to avoid going behind. That's why when I go behind, he's not sitting there, okay? So, and the day that I went through there in the workshop is because I want to avoid contact with my colleague. So that's why, and I apologize if his misperception going around was disrespecting someone. Mrs. Okendo left, but this is good for the whole entire public, because I sent it to her while I was sitting here. Prosecutors and public defenders are hired by the city of Paterson. They represent the state of New Jersey in the law matter, okay? They represent the state in front of the judge. For those people that can afford an attorney, they go to the public defender, they apply, they go to a public defender, they assign it because that's the law, but they represent the state law. I sent this to Mrs. Oquendo. It could be beneficial to anyone out there. If you have any issue, wrongdoing from the public defender or any prosecutors, you could go to the Advisory Committee of Judicial Conduct by reaching them at 609-292-2552. You could write them, send an email, you could talk to them, and the Advisory Committee of Judicial Conduct is at CN-037, Trenton, New Jersey, 0825. But you still could call them and get information how you could file your complaint through the prosecutor, to the public defender, even to a judge. You could file any complaint, okay? There's another number, is 609-984-5828. And you can also email the citizen service via online form. So if you go to njcourt.gov, all those forms is there. You could search it and you could go up to that. Also, you could go to the State Ethics Commission. It's a toll-free hotline, 1-888-223-1355. You could send also a letter to Executive Director, State Ethics Commission, and the P.O. Box is 082 Trenton, New Jersey, 0825. That's the information she want to get in that moment. So I know she left, but I sent her this all information on a text individually to her. So for those public audience that notice, probably they have the same situation, they probably have the same issues, you could go into nj.court.gov and you could download forms. They will tell you the number where to call if you want to complain or whatever. If you have any evidence of corruption.
Sorry. We don't have a quorum, I'm sorry.
Oh, we don't have a quorum now? Oh, I'm sorry. I could wait for him to quorum come back. Council President, may I? Sorry to the audience. I know that she had to step out, probably to the bathroom or something else, but we got to wait until she comes back. She's back. Thank you.
You may, yes.
Councilman Ballas.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Minister.
We're voting on closing the public portion.
Correct. We're voting, but at the same time, I need to answer to my constituents, right? Thank you. So that's one of the things that I want to bring forward. Now, well, there's a lot of things that I wrote. Listen, when things are brought up to this chambers and to the podium, I respect everybody. I have a problem. When things are lies, I don't know, my mother said, you're always smiling when something, yeah, because it's a lie. It's a thing that I have. When they say something lying there, it's like, comes out to me like, okay, normal. It's a normal thing. I don't want to disrespect no one. When they say something is no fact, it's a lie. Listen, I just sit back, I laugh because it's a lie. I could have a car with a New Jersey plate. My fiance could have a car with Pennsylvania plate. Please ask who's the owner of the car.
Councilman.
Right? No, I have to say because perception is a must. They could shoot from here everything, and what people hear is, oh, he has a car with Pennsylvania. The next thing they're going to say, I don't live in town. I got kids that got car from Florida. I could drive it. Councilman has have plates in other front. What about is a rental car? Let's get the fact right. So, Madam Clerk, I know I spoke to you sidebar about the Oprah form for from the De Jesus family. Madam Clerk was out almost a month. She's catching up with a lot of backlog of paperwork, and she will get, Send that one?
One was
I know.
sent.
Yeah.
There is one that legal needs additional time to respond.
Correct. That's why I want to put on the floor, because I know you was out and you working on that. You will contact the necessary parties regarding that. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to read the fourth whereas of the appointee that we did today. The fourth whereas says, the resolution allocating council appointment adopted February 25, 2020 as a resolution number 2135 allocated only 4 PH appointment, granting them to the 4th Ward, 5th Ward, and 6th Ward councilperson, plus 1 to the councilperson at large, but leave the 1 remaining appointing unallocated to any specific member of the council. So in this case, council president is the one that set the agenda. I didn't interrupt nobody. Come on. I'm reading what the statute says, what the ordinance says. If you want to debate that, there's a legal department, you could go through that. I entertain what is here. I think it's a good appointment. It was a shame that they had to drag it all the way out for just an appointment. Madam BA, through the chair, Madam BA, there was a lot of concern about quality of life. Hopefully you could get back to them and when it's possible, an answer. There's a lot of things have been said from that podium, and we don't have the luxury time to pull them on the side, this and that. My office is open if anybody wants to discuss any issue that came into the podium, to find a way how to resolve it, to find a way an answer, and to find a way to make it happen. My office is here on the 3rd floor. My secretary even called me from people that even was expecting to visit me in the office, and I run to the office to take care, as Ruby Cotton does sometimes when they call her, and any other council member do. So, Council President, last but not least, sunshine laws only apply for new business. The agenda was published, and we're still on this agenda business. So sunshine law only applies to new business and the desk. Saying that, my vote is yes to close. That's the information I received. But that's my vote is yes. Thank you, police officer, for doing your job.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Honestly, we are here to listen to the public and their concern, and to solve some of the issues whatever we can. When you come here and start attacking out of line, it doesn't go hands to hands. We are supposed to work together. There are a lot of concerns were raised today about core issues. I'm going to ask the Corporation Council to look into it. He's here, he's taking note. Our Madam Secretary over here is taking notes. All this concern will be answered like previous weeks it has been. Some of the issue gets solved, some of the issue doesn't, but we have to keep fighting. For example, Naji Seabrook family. I feel for his family. Everybody sitting here does, but what can we do? There's an investigation going on by the state. Same thing with De Jesus family. There is an investigation. We are not the investigator. We just cannot go charge somebody or pull his body out of the water, or if any mishap happened. There is an investigation going on. We feel for him. So coming here, I mean, we are here to listen. I understand everybody mad, everybody is frustrated, we want to get things done right away. But do we have the authority to get something done right away with this? The people in place to do the investigation. That's my take. Also, before I vote, I want to ask Madam BA and Corporation Counsel, there are many issues. For example, the core issue, also the DPW issue with Mr. Edison spoke about, and some of the other issues. Do we have any answer for those now? And whatever you don't have answer for, I would like to have it like as usual, have a email all of us and have it printed out before the next meeting. Corporation Counsel?
Yes, thank you, Council President, for an opportunity to address some of the issues raised by the constituents. First and foremost, the issue raised by Ms. Aquendo, her and I had a conversation, as she alluded to earlier this week, where she apprised me of what she said happened. And since then, I've taken the opportunity to look into what happened, and I'm currently getting to the bottom of it. I can tell you we take these allegations very seriously, particularly under my tenure here in Paterson as a Corporation Counsel. Before I came to Paterson, I represented many people pro bono to help have their licenses restored, fines reduced, and have payments plan installed. And so it's been a priority for me here to get people out of our court system and not keep them in it. And as the council knows, one of my major initiatives, which the council has graciously supported, is our community court, which we hope to have up and running very soon. And one of the basic tenets of our community court is to get people out of the court system, to get them out of the endless cycle of fines and having to come back to court, having licenses suspended, ending unnecessary contact with our justice system. So when I hear the claim that was made today regarding an action that was taken by a prosecutor under my purview, I take it very seriously. I've identified the case, I've identified the individual, and I can represent to the council and to the public that if this indeed did occur, it will not happen again. So we'll address that issue, and I'll make sure all my prosecutors understand that we're there to do justice and not act as revenue collection agents for the city. Thank you.
Madam BA, the issue with DPW.
Yes.
Also, Mr. Bilal Hakim brought up something. Why were there a lady who accused Mr. Gilmore of something is still working in the same department?
Sure. Council President, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I kind of going, if I can address a few on the list. I know Mr. Addison brought up the issue about Public Works during Juneteenth, and that is something that we will investigate and discuss with the director and provide some response there. He did mention that he had sent an email. I did not receive one, but if it's something that he would like to forward again, and then, but we will be addressing it separately and look into that. I know there was some concerns by, I think his name was Mr. Hart, even just downtown parking, but even looking at the curbs, repainting curbs, and we will share that with the Director of Public Works again, as well as the enforcement by Chase Bank, which is a continued issue. I know there was a lot, after that there was a lot of comments, but going to Mr. Hakim, that is a personnel issue, and that's not something that we can address at this time. Mr. Freeman had some, we will share his concerns about his HUD home improvement program with the Director of Community Development. It could be something that that outside vendor that is under our contract should be addressing, but we will raise that to her attention. I know there was again, I just want to clarify about Hinchliffe Stadium. The public school district still is the owner of the stadium. The city does have a long-term lease as part of this development project, but it is still owned by the public school district. I think that addresses most, and I do know Corporation Counsel just forwarded on the email about Kearney Street. And we will look, there's a couple other items that were brought up tonight that we will also look into.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My vote is yes to close the public
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The public portion is hereby closed.
Councilmember, we have only 9 items left. Let's take them in order. Item number 21.
Item number 21 is resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Reverend Lois H. Norris. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton. City Council Resolution 23-398.
Second. So moved.
Council President.
And just before we move forward, I would like to add Councilman Jackson to this item as well, as this was his uncle. What's the number? 21.
Is that what you wanted to say?
To be a sponsor.
Thank you. It's moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Velez, and
I second, yeah.
Okay. Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Jackson, and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 21, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 21 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, and you know I never asked to be added, but did you get that to add me as a sponsor?
Yes, I have it.
This is my uncle, and spending many years with him at his church as a firm supporter, and then even actually at his services, having an opportunity to hear so much more about his contributions to this community, which at age 92, I believe it was, he's contributed quite a bit. So I appreciate the effort from both Councilwoman Mims and Cotton, and thanks for adding me as well. But my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So it's always an honor to memorialize the life or recognize the life of people that have paved the way and blazed trails in our great community. Not only was he a preacher and a pastor, but he was a great singer, and he has a phenomenal family as well. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Yes to all the above. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Next item, item 22.
Item number 22 is a resolution honoring Pastor Reverend Juan Oriol and Missionary Milagros Oriol for their 30 years of ministry in the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and co-sponsored by all remaining council members. It's a City Council Resolution 23:399.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Udine.
Council President, before the vote goes, I would like to add sponsor Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and also a large Councilwoman Mims. And I'm going to say why. Because Councilwoman Cotton is the Councilwoman of Valhampton, 245 Valhampton. This church has been there for many, many years behind the Masonic temple.
Oh, that one on Van Halen Street?
Yeah. And the church, I'm honoring the church for 30th anniversary.
Thank you.
And I'm adding you as sponsor.
Okay.
And also Councilwoman Mims, because she's a large councilwoman, and I know members of the congregation is around the city. So adding them as sponsor and the remaining council as... No, but adding one.
You forgot 2 other large council members. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 22 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
I'm going to do it now.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Also, I want to add Councilman Alot Udine and also Councilwoman Marisa Davila as sponsors of it. And I added her first because she's a minister, so that's why.
Thank you, Councilman.
But I haven't voted. So let me say, 30 years of service in any kind of ministry in the city of Paterson is a plus. You know, not only dedicating their life to the Lord, also dedicating their life to the public. Churches do a lot in our city. and not recognizing pastor, minister, and missionaries, all the above from churches. We need to keep in mind those individuals that bring spiritual changes and also dedicate their life in ministry. So congratulations to Juan Oriol and to missionary Milagros Oriol and their 30 years of ministry in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 22 is hereby adopted.
Let's do item number 23, Madam Clerk.
Item number 23 is resolution authorizing an award of contract to Maxpan Real Estate and Auction Company for real estate property auctioneer services for the Department of Economic Development, RFP number 2023-29, Economic Development Resolution 23:400.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Woodin. Roll call on item number 23.
Roll call on item number 23 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When we spoke on this item last week, I think that everyone knew some of my concerns. It was brought out, we have a list of all the city-owned properties now.
Right.
But that's not the main property that's being done. My vote is still no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Through the chair, Corporation Council, I made a recommendation for an amendment to this item in workshop, and it was never made. The recommendation was to make sure the language was there to exclude the property at Libby's to be included into this process. Is there any reason why it wasn't added?
We are on a voting session.
Yeah, it wasn't adequate.
We did not vote on it.
We don't vote on items don't get voted on in workshop. The request was made prior to it coming here. There was amendment on the floor, and then it went through workshop, and it should have been made prior to being back here before. I made a recommendation for the amendment. It wasn't done.
Yeah, it has to be, to me, I think it has to be amended now and then voted.
There was no amendment made. Nothing was finalized there. Corporation Council, you want to make a comment?
No, that's sufficient, but I do remind the council that
It was a
if they so
suggestion,
wish
nothing was
to
finalized.
amend it on the floor now, they can certainly amend it or continue with the vote, and we can deal with it later.
Madam Clerk?
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So, one of the requests I made in regards to this, and I understand that we have to look at property availability, but the concern I had was when it was presented, it was not presented in true transparency. There's been articles out, press conferences in regards to Libby's being what's going to be auctioned off, but when asked, it was like, no, that's not it. So I made the request, what other buildings? Because if we're gonna do an auction, we need to really look at or have a clear discussion maybe in economic development, finance, whatever committees to look at and say, how many properties outside of just Libby's with a $18.6 million deficit? That was my request and concern. We did receive the list, which I appreciate, but I haven't heard those discussions. And in order to move forward, I think there needs to be more discussion around that. And we can't just keep giving things away to people that do not live in the city of Paterson. So I'm gonna keep saying that. When you have these auctions, when people come to these auction sales, even though residents come, their money does not stretch as long as others. So they come in and people that live here do not benefit. And I think we have to put in place some type of stipulation and or an ordinance maybe from this day is to make sure that we do things that benefit the residents first. With that being stated, in good conscience, I cannot vote in the affirmative to move this forward. So Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just for clarification, regarding the Libby's launch, and I said that in press as well, that when we are talking about Levy's Lounge, whether it should be leased or should, we should sell it, one thing I stated, and I'm still standing on this, that I want, if we go on sale, it should be conditional sale. Conditional sale means the city will hold the title and they will give condition, these are the things can be there or cannot be there at the particular location. Let's say we want a restaurant there. If someone purchased this property, they have to maintain whatever stated in the condition, and if they don't, the city can regain this property. That's what's called conditional sale, which is allowed in New Jersey. And I said it. I said only if that happens, then I'll support it, because we have to have control on this particular property. That's what I said. And I'm saying this because we need to understand this, that when you sell it, if with the conditional sale, the buyers do not get the title until they meet the conditions. And if they even sell this property to someone else and hand over to, still the condition stays with the title. That's what conditional sale means. Now, come back to the auctioneer and I said it last time, and I spoke to the Madam BA, Chief of Staff, the Mayor, that the auctioneer is just going to auction, but they have to present it. It's going to come back to us that how they want to sell it. So again, this is why I feel that I can support it, but definitely I have to see how they present the auction of the particular property or other properties, and it's whether we feel this should be supported or not. So again, particularly for Levy's Lounge, I am not supporting of selling in regular market, but with the conditional sale or lease, as I said before, because cities should have always control on this property. With that being said, I think we can move forward with this, and my vote is affirmative to this particular item.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So, Madam Clerk, Madam BA, just no, I'm gonna read a part of the email that you sent me, if it's possible, to make my point. The email that everybody requested here with a list of property of the city of Paterson. One of the things that I didn't saw the list, but I know it's extensive, is good list. But one of the comments that Madam BA stated in the email is the full list as item will not be auctioned, like city facility, parks, or properties that we were part of the flood buyback program after Hurricane Irene, as well as those like Levy's or foreclosure property that we could, okay? So at this point in time, she being transparent, the administration being transparent, Levy is the only property that will be moved to auction, not to sell, to auction, okay? And we will have to come back to the council to request to auction and to accept the bid after the auction. If we vet other properties, we will still have to come back with a separate rental to auction those as well. Just to bring a little history here. You guys remember the Armory? The Armory had a building, the Armory, before it burns down, okay? Mayor Torres, way back, tried to auction the Armory, and it had a big sign that says starting at $500,000, the bid, okay? The sign was there in the Armory. They sent it to bid. Nobody wanted the Armory. Then Jeffrey Jones came and auctioned the same Armory. Failed the Armory bid. Nobody wanted the Armory. The administration had the chance to bring somebody and advertise the best offer. It was sold for $3 million. Now we have a project for $42 million in the Armory with pool, recreation, everything. It's beautiful, okay? Now, we're not saying that the Levy site is gonna probably have the same luck, Because let me say this, if I have to bid on that property, the first thing I go to look at is the river. And you know how many flooding that we have in with the river there? So, right? So, I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. I don't know, hold on, I don't know if it's gonna be somebody really interested on that. Now, what I say is, we're not selling it, we auction it. Probably fails, like any other things fail sometimes here, and then probably the administration had to look for another plan. But right now, listen, they being honest about that site. Hopefully they advertise the right thing to bid. I know that Councilman say about conditional sale, but it's not a sale. Now, you could put those conditions in the bid, for they could know what they're expecting. They need to advertise the bid. This is the property, this is that, this is that, this is that. Now, when they come back, who is the lower bidder, high bidder, whatever, that's when the administration had to sit down and tell them, listen, you could do this, a memorandum of understanding about the property. But if I bid for something and I win, now it's mine, I could do whatever I want. So.
Your vote, Councilman?
We're still in business, man. It's like, my vote is yes to this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you for explanation, Councilman. We are just hiring an auctioneer to auction if any of the property we want to do. Then there's going to be RFP going to go out. We could put any kind of clause in there, what kind of establishment we want there. Then you come in front of the council to accept or reject the bid. This is not the end. We are not selling the Levy's property. My vote is yes to hire the Maxman to do the auction of any city-owned property that administration decide to auction.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 3 yeses, 3 noes, 3 absences. The item has failed.
Thank you.
Item number 24. 333.
Item number 24.
Item number 24 is resolution addressing the renewal of an entertainment show license for GDTG Holdings LLC, trading as Mexico Bar and Grill, 246 McBride Avenue in the 2nd Ward. It's Finance Resolution 23:401.
Second.
Moved by Councilman
Discussion.
Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Council President, there was some concern raised regarding this license. The Board of Health did some inspections. They are conditional to open while those violation was found. But the issue was the patio, the use of the patio of the establishment. Based on ABC, they have not applied to extend the license of consuming alcohol outside the premises, okay? And also, they haven't also submitted a temporary permit to use the patio outside in the zoning. What I recommend is that the Madam BA, as a discussion that we have, a conversation that this license will be approved, entertainment license, but you had to send a memorandum saying that they had to remove anything, or the clerk had to send an email letter, they had to remove whatever is not approved by the city to use outside the premises. In that case, everything will be fine.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So where is that? I don't see that. There's no attachment, there's no letter that states that. So I hear the councilman saying that, but there should have been some
There should
documentation.
be, if there's any wrongdoing going on, it should be
It should be attached, right.
enforcement issue. Also, according to this, it's in the 2nd ward.
Right.
I haven't gotten any complaint about the place. I don't know
They have an
how
amazing business.
Councilman Velez got it from the 5th ward. All the attachment, everything is in order. Item
Council
number
President.
24.
No, Council President, we didn't discuss it. She could explain you.
All I want to add is that there was some follow-up conversation that we included in the council request. So that's if the council request that you have, that was just because there were just some questions about it. The license is in compliance for the entertainment show and all of that.
Thank
This
you.
was kind of outside information that we
Thank
had
you.
some responses
Yeah,
for.
so it's
Thank you.
irrelevant.
Okay, roll call, please.
Roll call on item number 24 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
They have amazing food, the business is good, I've never had any issues, I go there all the time, my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The business is good. I help them way back to follow the process of permit to the place, and I help them a lot. And the other thing is, the issue is, they need to get permits to use the patio. As the ordinance, they need to get the temporary permit by zoning. And the other thing is, they need to get the ABC approval to consume alcohol outside the permits. The food is good, the music is good, the karaoke is good, nothing wrong. It's to avoid visitors, front inspector, and they get fined. They got informed, and that's what it is. I don't know what is the problem.
Councilman, you on roll? You on roll call? Please.
Huh?
You on roll call?
I know, we're not against it, but I had to put it on the floor because there was a call of service, and they was talking about loud music and everything, and there was other businesses being addressed using the patios in the Fifth Ward, and they went through the zoning, etc. All right, I just want to make sure that this is addressed. And I would like Madam BA to send, if it's possible, the response from ABC, Board of Health, to all the council members regarding this, the concern. My vote is yes on it.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
I mean, this is in the...
Mr. President.
I think it's in the second word, right?
It was sent. It was emailed.
But I eat in the second floor.
No, you said something about fifth, so I was a little confused. This is a very well-maintained place. I drove by many times. If there's some of the issues that Councilman Velez said, is about, that's enforcement. So the departments has to go out there and enforce the law. This application has nothing to do with the enforcement. This is about granting the entertainment license, and they are in compliance. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 24 is hereby adopted.
Item number 26.
Item number 26 is a resolution addressing renewal entertainment show license for Paterson PBA Charitable Organization by Alex Cruz, President, for 513-517 21st Avenue, 6th Ward. It's Finance Resolution 23:403.
Second. Move.
I just needed to ask a question because, you know.
One second, Councilwoman.
Okay. I'm not talking
Moved
about.
by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. You have questions?
Yeah, I have a question on number 25, like it was taken off. I got a letter from the new chief. No, everybody got the letter from the new chief. I'm not quite sure, he said he needed to look in for more information, but one of the items that was on the letter, we already voted on it in May. I don't know why he put that in the letter. We voted on it in May, so he didn't need to respond about that one item because it passed in May.
He's reviewing it because...
That one item passed in May. We cannot...
But they postponed the date.
We cannot suspend it unless we're going to vote to take it back off. I'm not sure. I'm just saying, why would you put something in an item, he's going to look at it, but we voted already to pass it. And we got 2 other items on there that he needs to look into it to see what people are saying. And I'm saying to the chief, you don't go by hearsay. If there had been an issue at these events, I want to see a sergeant in charge write me a letter or write us a letter to say this is what happened at this particular festival. I don't want to hear hearsay. I want somebody to sign off on it and say, this is what happened. I was in charge of this event, and this is what happened. If it was a good event, then you write down it was a good event. If it was not a good event, then you write down it was not a good event.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. He sent the letter, he looking into it, but one of them was already passed.
Thank you. Item number two, we are on item 26. Voting on item 26, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item 26 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
We're on 26, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 26 is hereby adopted.
Item number 27.
Item number 27 is a resolution addressing renewal dancehall license for Paterson PBA charitable organization by Alex Cruz, President, for 513-517 21st Avenue, 6th Ward, Finance Resolution 23-404.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 27.
Roll call on item number 27 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 27 is hereby adopted.
Item 28.
Item 28 is a resolution authorizing tax collector to recall third-party tax liens and purge erroneous billed taxes on fictitious tax lots 3.01, 3.02, and 3.03 in Block 602, also known as 27, 25, and 15 Arlington Street, Finance Resolution 23:405.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item
Roll
number
call on
28.
item number 28 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I want to commend the tax collector office and the tax assessment office for the great job they always do on there. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Item number 29, Madam Clerk.
Item number 29 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 6203, lots 4 and 5, also known as 170-176 Market Street, owned by 170 Market Street Associate. It's Finance Resolution 23:406.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 29.
Roll call on item number 29 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Same statement from before. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Item number 30, Madam Clerk.
Item number 30 is a resolution to authorize the issuance of estimated tax bills for the third quarter of calendar year 2023, Finance Resolution 23:407.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Udine. We are on item number 30, Madam.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Quick, Madam BA or CFO, does this bill on the third quarter represent a increase in tax?
Yes, Councilman, it does represent a tax increase.
2%?
3%.
3%.
And this is to send the third quarter bills out, estimated third quarter bills.
The what you say?
The third quarter bills.
Oh, third quarter bill, okay.
Estimated.
Estimated, okay.
Question to CFO. So the second quarter, I believe, was estimated as well.
No, the second quarter, we usually, once the budget passes,
Right.
we build, if the budget would pass in time, we'd build third, fourth, first, and second.
Got it. All right.
So
thank you, sir.
usually we just estimate the third.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 30 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, once the estimated bills go out, is it still 20 days?
So they would get it, August 1st would be the due date.
Oh, okay, you're gonna send out beginning of July?
Correct.
Yeah, we gotta send it, you know, I've been here for a few, bills that were not sent out, and then you had 2 quarters sitting on top of each other. Well, October, then you had another bill due in November. It was just, we have to send out these bills. They're estimated bills, but we need to send them. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Unfortunately, I cannot support a 3% tax increase to our taxpayers. My vote is no.
Thank you, Dr. Mims.
Well,
Councilman
I vote
Odin.
stop.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
My vote is no on this.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
I gotta send them out.
Madam Clerk,
Hi, yes.
change my vote as well. My vote is no.
Your vote is no?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So the votes are 3 yeses, 3 noes, 3 absences. The item has failed.
Council President. Council
Councilman
President.
Velez?
And this is, I'm going to say it loud and clear. We are 9 council members in these chambers, elected to make tough decisions. I understand that people had to leave because they had to go different places and this and that. But when it comes to a decision like this, everybody should be here because everybody got elected to make the tougher decision. That's why I voted no. You know what?
Any other item, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, any other?
That completes the agenda, Mr. President.
Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the regular meeting tonight, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to adjourn the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 27th. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to all the graduates out there who graduated this from preschool to kindergarten to 8th grade to high school, those that's going into college, I want to say congratulations. You on your next journey in your life. There's so much things that can be done. Just make sure that you look for, there's a lot of activities going on in the community for our young people with the recreation department. So with that being said, I just want to say congratulations again to you all out there. And I just want to say too, I got so many text messages tonight about the council meeting, and I got so many. It just and they're saying it's just absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible, they're saying. And then I get a text message that my cousin just passed in the city of Detroit. And then I get another text message, you know, and I'm saying people are dying so much around me. I looked at my videos of my husband and I see about 4 or 5 people in that video that are not here no more. And we're yelling and screaming. There's so much that we can do together to make everything better. I just have to say, you gotta keep humbleness in your heart. You gotta keep kindness in your heart. Don't act like you don't want to help nobody because you don't know them. We don't need to know you to help you. And there's all of us out here that can use help sometimes. And I just want to say to you all out there, God bless you all. My phone, it's been going off since I've been sitting in this council meeting. I just want to say to Madam Clerk, stay well, Madam Clerk. They don't know what this does to people. Madam Clerk, stay well.
Thank you.
Because not to have, we are such short in this office right now. And we need strong women in there to stay strong, to keep that city council office running, to keep that city clerk's office running. And to my BA, to the corporation council, I'm just saying, y'all don't, you know, like, they just, to me, this was not a funny meeting. This was a meeting that was not a great meeting. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Good night, everyone. God bless you all out there. God
Thank you,
bless you.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me add to what Councilwoman Cotton was talking about, and I would like to apologize to all of our students who had to endure all of the storm that took place today and sit outside in the rain while dignitaries sat comfortably under the tarp. It's very disappointing, the level of treatment that the members of our community continue to receive. And, hey, I try to warn us. All we had to do is relinquish $30 million in tax credits, but we gave $110 million to stand outside so a developer could walk away with $20 million. That's what we get when we make poor decisions. Madam Clerk, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So today was the last day for some schools. Some other schools are out. Tomorrow will be the last day for us as educators. High five. As educators for tomorrow. And then for those that will come back in the summer, let's continue to pray for everyone. Congratulations to all graduates and for all those that will be working in the summer. There are many, many summer programs that are available. I will post them on my page tomorrow. There's a plethora of things that you can select and choose from. Please get your kids active and involved in something during the summer. I believe it's one of the tools that will save our children. I'm pleased to announce that effective this Saturday, my mother will be officially retired, and I'm super excited about that. After working for decades, she's finally retiring, so I'm really happy that she's retiring and doing better. Madam Clerk, welcome back, and please continue to make your health a priority. Thank you to our secretary, and to our BA, Corporate Counsel, CFO, and to my colleagues. Let's keep building and not battling. It's time to go home. And earlier, I had to get up and go to the ladies' room, but what happens is when a lady gotta go, she gotta go. Sometimes it's like only 5 people here, and it's unfortunate that we can't get up to go to the bathroom. So I can't be making those excuses. Look, if I have to go to the bathroom, I'm going to the bathroom. Because you try to sit through and wait, sometimes nobody ever comes back. So if I have to get up and go to the bathroom, I do let them know I'm going, but I'm always coming back. I'm not just gone. So I just want to put that on record to the viewing public, that I wasn't like hiding out or something. I went to the ladies' room because we all deserve a break. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Have a blessed evening and a blessed morning, Paterson.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One more time, Paterson. Eidul Adha Mubarak. It's already the time to celebrate. And from tomorrow, we are starting the summer break. The students and teachers and staff from the Paterson Public Schools have a restful summer. And this is it. And I think the third quarter tax bill is important because we are receiving phone calls from the constituents that they did not receive the bills yet. So I don't know how you're going to come up with the estimation, but we are waiting for this, maybe in the next meeting. Madam Clerk, thank you so much for everything. Madam BA, would you please address the current issue? I'm telling you that I went to different locations, but this particular locations, it'll surprise you. Whole day and night. I don't know how people tolerate that. And it's kind of like a competition. If you go there, you will see how different it is. So please address this, because I sat down about an hour last night. I gave them the email address to make sure that they address this. I'm sitting down with them again with the update, because this issue should be addressed. Otherwise, even so many people thinking that to move up from the particular section of Paterson. With that being said, my vote is yes to end this regular meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Corporate Counsel Bushi, I know you diligent what I sent you. Did you send all the ordinance that we amended by noise, commercial vehicle to the police department? Thank you. I just want to make the record be clear that you did. The other thing is, if you see Paterson residents, if you see our finest Paterson Police Department addressing quality of life issues in the city of Paterson, and you had to say thank you, because they're doing a great job out there. Yesterday, they did a great job in Broadway. Not only that, they went and extend the quality of life issues around the 5th Ward and the 4th Ward. That's a great thing. I know there was a big commotion regarding the weather today, regarding the graduation today, that is managed by the school district, by the Board of Ed. I was not invited, right? But because I was not invited, I got to criticize it. Let me say this. That class of 2023 was the class, they started in 2019 in high school. These students went through pandemic, COVID-19. They lost their parents, some of them lost parents, grandfathers, uncles. They lost teachers, okay? At least let's celebrate that they got graduated and they fought a lot of diverse, and at least they graduate. Let's pray that those same students pursue a career and come back to give to Paterson, okay? So whatever happened in the stadium, ladies and gentlemen, that's all responsibility of the school district. But what I saw there, it was parents. I saw some in the social media upset. I cannot say they cannot be upset, but let's take the positive of it. Those students graduated, rain or shine, they was happy that they fulfilled a 12 years education in public schools, from kindergarten up to high school, right? So, saying that, congratulations to all, and I send all a congratulations to all the high schools in the city of Paterson. Thank you for the teachers. Thank you for the porters. Thank you for the security guards. Thank you for the lunch monitor. Thank you all the secretary from the school district that dedicated their time to our students, because we all say that the school is our second home. So saying that, Madam Clerk, happy belated Father's Day. I forgot to say that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a reminder, council members, this Saturday, July 1st at noon, we do have our reorg meeting here. And I want to thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
For being patient with us. Thank you, the officers, and everybody who's here. Have a good night, everyone. Congratulations to all the graduate, college, high school, kindergarten, all of them. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The regular meeting of June 27th is hereby adjourned. Good morning, Paterson.